The dungeon is a mysterious underground places that are stretched by tangled mazes. Many people go there in search of easy earnings. Such desperates are called adventure seekers. There were also those who fought with evil, even after death. People respected them and considered heroes. This man could proudly say that for 15 years he has been working as an adventure seeker. He also joined the detachment of heroes to fight evil. But as soon as he worked with the hero he worked. Now the guy lay on the ground, exhausted, all in dust and dirt. A few hours ago they tried to wake up the guy. The Black Hatch was called, but no matter how much they shouted, he never woke up, so his friend decided to act. Images went in the process. A friend called Luke, a worthless adventurer of the third variety. The guy immediately woke up with pain. He looked at his companion with a dissatisfied and confused look. The other was annoyed by the loss of the disgusting amulet. The Hatch had to leave it right in the middle of the camp. The Hatch remembered it. He said because he put an amulet where he was needed, but the hero still remained dissatisfied. It turned out that due to the lack of the amulet in the right place, all their stocks were spoiled. The hero felt annoyed and merged on the Hatch for everything that happened. Because of this, he attacked the guy again in anger. The Hatch could not understand how it happened. In addition, for some reason, the amulet was out of the area. Then the hero asked in Julia how much food they had. Julia replied that even if saved, stocks would still not be enough to make it all over and return from the dungeon to the surface. Hearing this, the hero began to blame Luke again, but Luke assured that he was not guilty because he put the amulet where he needed. The hero thought it was just an excuse. But a guy with black hair showed the stones that he made up for the amulet. Someone moved the amulet after he put it. Seeing this, Luke guessed. The hero, apparently, woke up at night and went to the stocks, so he accidentally overturned the amulet. The hero understood everything, but did not want to admit his guilt. The Hatch was a little upset because the guy began to blame him for everything without even trying to find the evidence. Suddenly, he was put on paralysis. After shouting, the guy felt the pain sharply. And here, a loud voice came. 2 girls came to the band. The blonde put a magic lounge on the Hatch. She was convinced that the future for them was the most important. The black-haired girl, a blonde sister and singer, obediently agreed with her. Then, the magician said that because of the lack of food, they need to cut the team. The Hatch could not believe their boldness. Paralysis pain was still given in his body. The sorceress pointed to the Hatch directly, and without unnecessary words, they say, "It can be excluded from the team." The Hatch could not believe heard. It was a real surprise for him. But the hero and Julia liked this idea. If the participants are less, then the provisions will be enough for everyone. The loss of a person who is able to repair something was not of great importance to them. For the sake of mercy, the hero's team gave this boy a sword and just went away. That is why the guy was in such an unpleasant situation. It was very upset. Fortunately, the effect of paralysis has passed. The Hatch was a mediocre adventure seeker. In 15 years, he never managed to raise his rank, and he still remained at the level of E. The only thing that was good for him is repair. If something happens to him now, no one will even look for him. The black-haired guy was amazed at what his former team went to. They not only accused him of everything, but also betrayed without any hesitation. However, he was not going to give up. The Hatch promised himself that he would survive and get out of here. The guy looked at the sword that the team left for him. He was old and all in scratches. Looking at, the guy realized that the sword could still be restored. Fortunately, he had a powder bag with him. Then the Hatch got his bag and sprinkled the sword with a powder. At the same time, he used his ability to repair things. A moment later, the old sword changed and became like a new one. It should work. Luke knew about his abilities. He understood that it was not yet strong enough to fight the monsters in the dungeon. Therefore, he needed to remain unnoticed. In spite of how long it will take, the guy decided to go quietly and carefully. He needed to get out of this dungeon. 2 weeks have passed since at that moment, and the guy was still blowing through the dungeon. He is very tired of a long journey. The hatch also felt a strong hunger. Since the team left the hatch himself, he ate nothing. Only the water given to the local resident helped him survive. But without food, a person will not be able to live for more than a month. The guy has already crossed the point of non-return. Half of the adventurers did not stand hunger and died in the dungeon. Desperate, they ate poisonous moss growing on the walls. Therefore, a guy with black hair decided to hurry up. If he goes on, be sure to meet other adventurers. At the same time, a skeleton with a weapon suddenly appeared. The monster rushed to attack the guy, but Luke managed to carry him with his sword and stopped the skeletal attack. The guy realized that he was a step from death. The old bones of his enemy turned into a skeleton. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Suddenly, he turned to see that his sword was broken by this attack. When he repaired the weapon without the necessary materials, it became fragile. The adventurer again tried to repair the sword with his skills. However, to his surprise, he saw the sword not recovered, but crumbled into pieces. The attempt to repair the sword failed. Then the hatch again activated his repair skill and tried to restore the sword. At first, nothing happened, but fortunately, the weapon soon returned to its original appearance. The guy was surprised why the repair did not succeed last time. One day, someone began to gradually disassemble everything into pieces. At first, the broken object was scattered and then turned into source material. After that, the material was restored in the initial form again. Then, the guy came up with something new. Somewhere in the dungeon, the hero lightly knocked his sword on the stone wall. He wanted to destroy the wall to move on. However, it was a stupid solution, because the sword would only be damaged in vain. But the hero was not worried at all. Even if his sword broke, he could just ask the hatch to repair him. In addition, Luke's friend believed that the guy was just a loader of their things. Recalling it, he flicked and leaned his palm against the wall. Then he began to use his ability to repair, and in a moment, one of the parts of the stone wall began to slowly deepen inside. Soon the stone wall was destroyed in one place. The stone debris fell directly to the ground. There was a free passage before the hatch. Seeing this, a guy with black hair laughed loudly. Beigi could not restrain joy. He managed to destroy the stone wall of the dungeon. Even the hero was not powerful, but he could. Then the hatch looked at the wreckage of the wall. Surprisingly, these were not stones at all. The wall was made of pieces of metal ore. The material was so strong that it could easily destroy a person. Suddenly, the guy realized that his skill was somehow better, but he could not understand why it had happened. If this is true, maybe now he will be able to do something new. The guy lifted his old, shabby blade. In the next moment, he took advantage of his ability to repair and sent him to the sword. Usually, this skill could not repair something just like that. To restore something, he needs to find such material. If there is nothing suitable nearby, this ability takes the other part of the object itself. For example, chips on the swords are made at the expense of whole areas of the blade. Because of this ability to repair can make weapons very fragile. But not every material is suitable. The material should be similar to the one from which the object itself is made. That is why the bow and thought it would be good if any materials could be used using this skill. If you strengthen the sword with material from the wall of the dungeon, which even the hero is not able to destroy, this sword can become the strongest in the world. The hatch was happy when his ability to repair things helped to restore the sword. Then the sword owner decided to check how he works after repair. He put a monster's weapon vertically so that it stands straight. Then he took his repaired sword and waved it, checking how strong it was. The next moment, the monster remained without a sword. He flew in half from one blow. The hatch was glad to see that no scratch appeared on his own sword. Having such a weapon, he was sure that he could get out of the dungeon. Then the guy put the wreckage of the wall into the bag. he decided to take them with him. To move through the gap in the walls of the dungeon turned out much faster than before. If he continues to use his skill, he will be able to get out of here very soon. The Hatch noticed that his skills became better. Now there are signs of destruction and recovery. He wondered whether to try these opportunities on lichen. He put the lichen on his palm. The guy simultaneously used the forces of destruction and recovery, but to his surprise, he saw that nothing had happened to the lichen. Here the guy mentioned that all living creatures have magical protection. Every living creature can withstand other people's magic, because in the middle of them, there is already their own magical power. Because of this, the Hatch decided to use his skill even more often. The decomposition of living creatures was not as easy for him as he would like, but now it worked much better than before. The guy realized that to dismantle living objects into the components is much more difficult. Repair has not yet helped living things. The Hatch never thought he would use this skill in this way, but there was no time for reflection. He needed to find a way out as soon as possible. After a while, the guy with black hair was near the stairs. He gladly rose up, because he finally managed to achieve his desired. Soon the guy with black hair finally fired. He found a way out of the dungeon and was able to get to the surface. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky shone pure blue. The Hatch was glad that he was able to do it. He survived and was able to get out of the dungeon. But in the next moment, the guy fell to the ground from impotence and strong famine. He was no longer able to tolerate this hunger. Raising his head, he saw bright berries on the tree. The guy quickly ripped the berry from the branch. He really wanted to eat her as soon as possible and quench his crazy hunger. But before putting the berry in the mouth, it was covered by alarming anticipation. He immediately spit the berry, feeling that it was spoiled. The guy was surprised how he managed to understand that the berries were not enough. Suddenly, a shrill cry came. Hearing the cry, the Hatch turned in surprise to the other side from where he came from. Without thinking, he rushed to run there, and in a few minutes, barely turning his breath, ran to the scene. There he saw two girls. The black-haired girl stood tense with the sword in her hands, closing another. She ordered her girlfriend to flee, but with her eyes full of tears, refused to leave Sakura. The guy watched them from afar, hiding behind a tree. He was wondering who the girls were going to defend themselves in the next moment. Suddenly, a huge, powerful paw crushed a tree from one blow. It turned out that the girls were in front of a dragon with wings. They tried to defend themselves from a huge monster. A hot steam broke out of his mouth. The Hatch saw a real dragon with horror, and it struck him. After all, dragons usually never leave their den. Then the guy noticed that the girl was not only seriously injured, but her sword was completely broken. Now Luke realized that in this state, she would not be able to resist the dragon. So the guy decided to help them. He pulled the material obtained from his bag. Then the Hatch sent him to the dragon. The stone hit the monster just in the target, but it did not produce any results. The dragon just looked at the guy, but did not even try to approach him. The magnifying glass has nothing left to quit the repaired weapon of the girl. Sakura caught the gun and thanked the boy. Now she was guilty of him. Then the black-haired girl looked at the dragon. He was already going to attack her, lifting his paw with sharp claws. But Sakura noticed it in time. She quickly hit the monster and easily destroyed it with one blow. Sakura, attacking the dragon, remained surprisingly calm and collected. Due to her determination, she was able to defeat the enemy. The guy and the girl were glad that she managed to cope with the monster. They both quickly ran to Cherry. The Hatch anxiously asked how she feels. Sakura was only able to thank the guy for his help. It was because of them that they managed to cope with the dragon. The pale girl did not have time to register how suddenly fainted. Everyone was worried at once. Sakura lay without a sensation. Her breathing was difficult. All forces left her after a battle with a dragon. In addition, her condition worsened the terrible wound. The Hatch addressed Sylvia and asked if she was able to treat, but confessed that he had no such skills. The boy also did not have any healing skills. He was only able to repair things, but it seemed impossible to apply this skill to a person. Suddenly, the hatch shone. He once used his ability on a living being. Everyone knew that repair skills could not treat living things, but the guy was still able to influence somehow, though weak. The decomposition, on the contrary, eventually acting on both the Klee and the dungeon itself. The hatch wondered, if his ability allows you to divide the object into original materials and return them to the original form from other parts, could it be applied to man? Maybe his idea will work. The guy understood it was very risky, so he was worried, but the girl was too badly injured. She could not survive the doctor. Neither he nor Sylvia was able to cure her. So the guy tried to calm down and get together with thoughts. He began to remember why he was in the dungeon. After all, he still hoped that his idea could be done. He could not leave her in such a terrible state. This girl could simply be destroyed. Luke decided to try to do something. It is better to act and then regret than to do nothing at all. All or nothing. Sakura came to her senses for a moment. The pale girl breathed in pain. She realized that she would not be able to blame the guy if treatment did not help, but continued to hope for salvation. The hatch carefully activated his recovery skill. The energy of ability has flowed to the girl. A similar situation has already happened to him earlier. The guy fought, trying to strengthen the action of his skill. 15 years ago, when this guy was just starting the path of the adventure, he witnessed how many his comrades received terrible injuries. It shocked him to the heart. The hatch silently watched how many of his comrades were killed in his eyes, and he could not help them. He believed that this was the boundary of his capabilities, to be a failure of the 3rd grade. At that time, all this seemed to him to be a true madness that broke his heart and brought his suffering. The hatch no longer wanted to go through it. The black-haired guy agreed that there was little benefit from him. However, he assured that he would never leave a person in trouble. So right now, the guy did everything that was in his power to help this girl. He immediately increased the activation of his skill. The guy woke up in bed. He looked at the ceiling for a while, and then stood up with anxious. The last thing he remembered is how he used his ability in Sakura. Then he realized that he had spent all the forces and faint. The guy inspected the room in which he found himself. At the same time, Sylvia came to the room. She immediately noticed that the guy had already come to her senses. Then, Luke learned from Sylvia, who was at home. Her dwelling was also called the Hotel Spring Foliet. It turned out that the guy had slept for almost half a day since then. Sylvia was worried about him. The hatch was in a hurry to leave here because he had no money, but Sylvia assured that she did not need any payment because he saved her family. The black boy was very surprised. He realized that the girl considers himself guilty. Luke thought he did nothing special, but still thanked her for her warm words. Then he asked how Sakura feels. Everything was well with the girl. Thanks to the boy, she completely recovered. The hatch heard it with relief, because he would not be able to sleep peacefully if something went wrong. At this time, Sylvia turned to him with delight and curiosity, calling him his uncle, and asked if he was not a strong healer. The hatch was surprised to hear such an appeal, but still explained that he was an ordinary adventurer of rank E. The girl was surprised because the boy's abilities were truly impressive. But suddenly, her words interrupted a loud grunt in a boy's belly. He was extremely hungry because in the last 2 weeks he could not eat, only drank water. He was soon brought a plate of warm rice porridge. Lucas ate her with gratitude, feeling true, finally quenched the famine. While the guy ate, Sylvia spoke with him again, continuing their conversation. She was genuinely surprised when someone came and pulled it together with Sakura from the bottom of the dungeon. When the hatch learned that they were at the very bottom, he had fired. He was convinced that the girls remained at the entrance, but in fact they went down to 5 levels below. The hatch was amazed at this news. He looked at Sylvia with surprise, and she, in response, cast a questionable look at him. The guy realized that there was a confusion between them. so again asked her what was called the place of their meeting. Sylvia told him that this place was the Erong dungeon. Luke was surprised by her words, looking at the sunny forest. He asked what type of dungeon it was. It turned out to be an open dungeon, similar to a large amphitheater. Luke mentioned that he was once in the Dungeon of Rank and called a millennial passage to hell. This meant that the levels of these two dungeons were interconnected. It was in this dungeon that the girls went to collect medicinal herbs. The Hatch was very surprised. After all, to go down to the dungeon in solitude for beginners was a real danger, but no one tried to stop them. Sylvia told him that this sunny forest was officially recognized as dungeons last year. Before that, residents of the city always went there to collect herbs and vegetables. The Hatch could not understand if this place was considered dungeons, why others were not warned of the appearance of monsters. But the girls did not know anything about it. Guild did not even install any warnings. Luke was surprised that Guild had not even heard of such a serious threat. The girl told him that even her acquaintance worker of Guild knows nothing about it. If it were a weak monster, Luke would be able to understand why he was not warned, but in the case of a dragon he did not believe that the Guild had left such a danger without attention. But since they did not even suspect the existence of the dragon, it was impossible to do anything. The Hatch apologized to the girl for suspected Guild. The girl said everything was fine. Then the guy asked how her name was. The girl introduced himself. She was Sylvia, and the very famous Sylvia from the hotel Spring Leaves. The guy also said his name. He was a crystal from the White Wolf's Grove. People like them usually did not have their own names. Most of them used the name of their hometown or craft instead. Sylvia already wanted to ask the boy why he was in the dungeon, but suddenly fell silent. When the Hatch ate rice porridge, he fell asleep sweetly. The girl quietly approached him, threw a blanket and whispered in a whisper. The next morning, the Hatch first went to the sauna. Sylvia told that the place in which they are called the Green Valley. It is known for its hot sources. Hikovka seemed strange that you could take a bath so early in the morning, but it made sense, because hot water is always abundant here. After a hot bath, the guy felt renewed and rested. The Green Losh was a real resort. There were many restaurants and foods on the main street. This place was perfect for a Hatch. Suddenly someone called him. Sakura appeared in front of them. She was genuinely happy, seeing that the guy was feeling well. Sylvia told her that the Hatch decided to stroll through the city. When the Hatch saw her, he realized that it was a girl familiar to him. He asked Sakura as she feels. The girl replied that everything was fine with her. It was thanks to the Sakura Hatch that she completely recovered. Earlier, Sakura was afraid to meet a dragon when she collected herbs. She was very ashamed that, being a warrior, she had to rely on the boy. If her beloved katana did not break, perhaps their things would be better. Hearing this, the guy became interested in where her weapon is. They quickly reached the right place. Both parts of katana were already lying on the table. The guy, seeing them, confidently stated that he could easily restore her blade. Sakura was glad to hear these words. She was extremely grateful to him. There was no weapon shop in this city, so the girl was left without a sword. But she did not worry too much. The Hatch could easily repair katana. And it was at this moment that the guy saw Sylvia on the threshold. Sylvia became aware that she was interested in seeing how the blade was being repaired. Luke did not consider it something special, but calmly allowed her to stay, because the girl was just a break. The black guy began to repair the blade. He touched him, and suddenly noticed that he could see all the information about this item. He opened data about the sword, what it is made of, its properties, and the method of manufacture. The guy remembered that he had already got into a situation when he found a berry in the grove, but he just touched her, immediately realized that she was spoiled. His skill was improved, and he decided to call him an analysis. He can now analyze the state of what to restore, determine the part to be repaired and the main material, and then connect them together for successful recovery. Therefore, every stage of the skill of repair has become a separate ability. Soon, the man began to repair the blade, but he was already completely restored. The second half of katana connected with the main part of the weapon. The girls watched it in surprise. They enthusiastically considered the renewed blade. Sakura sincerely sought to thank the hatch for repairing her weapons, but he politely refused to accept any gratitude. He knew that Sakura was trained, so she was likely not to have a lot of money. In addition, she saved his life. That is why he did not even wait for her to pay. He said Sakura that let it be in gratitude for her help. Sakura, hearing it, smiled and thanked him. Meanwhile, the hatch asked the girl whether she had some other way to make money, but she replied that she had no other option. After that, the guy invited the girl to try herself as an adventure. Sakura could take different tasks and choose any services that she likes. When the girl learned of such conditions, she immediately thought it was the perfect work for her. The guild house was in the city. Sylvia's girlfriend was an employee who was responsible for the bulletin board. The hatch also had his business in the guild. Therefore, all three went there. Initially, they went to register Sakura. When they entered the guild, they were met by an employee. The girl immediately paid attention to Sylvia and wondered why she was here. Sylvia replied that she brought a person who wanted to find a job in a guild. Then, Sylvia introduced them to her girlfriend named Marita. She worked as an administrator in the guild. Marita cast a flirtatious look at the hatch, from which the guy was a little lost. Her behavior resembled a cheerful bartender than a guild employee. Marita wondered what purpose he came to the guild. Luke also told Marity that he was already an experienced adventure seeker. Now it was necessary to register Sakura, because she wanted to join the guild. Sakura politely worshipped Marita as a sign of greeting. Almost everyone in this guild was newcomers. Since the level of danger was low here, many people came here to work. Then Marita stretched out a Sakura of the questionnaire, which had to be filled. For Sakura, it was the first step in life for adventure. Seeing this, the guy remembered as 15 years ago he was the same as Sakura. The girl filled the questionnaire. Marita began to talk about adventurers. It turned out that there are 6 ranks, from A to F. All, regardless of abilities, first receive rank F. Those who have this rank cannot participate in the raids. To increase your level to E, you need to complete some simple tasks. The rank was the lowest for a real traveler, but it was such a rank that had a lot of experience. From the moment of registration, the guild evaluates the adventure and determines his rank. Sakura asked what benefits the rank has. Marita explained to her that with each new rank she will be able to visit more dungeons and take up more tasks. The dungeons also have their levels from A to E. Travelers can only come into those dungeons that correspond to their rank or lower than it. If the group goes together, then the level of the dungeon is determined by the rank of its leader. So, Sakura needs to increase your rank to have more opportunities to choose a task. And Marina, who viewed the documents, was very surprised. She looked at the document in surprise. Due to the surprise, the girl could not invent a single word to answer. Sakura looked at her squeezed. Marita asked the girl in surprise whether the Sakura won the dragon from the 5th level of the dungeon. The girl agreed with that. Sakura was convinced that she had already discussed it before, but Marita knew that she had never heard about it. As soon as Marita will notify the head office about it, Sakura will receive a monetary award. Marita was amazed that the newcomer, like Sakura, was able to defeat the dragon with one blow. It was a real feat. However, Sakura did not take away all the glory for victory over the dragon. She told Mariti that she was able to overcome the monster only thanks to the sword that created the hatch. When the attendees heard it, they were stunned. After all, the girl will share a reward with the boy, but she would never win the monster. They have already caught too much attention to this news, and the guy understood it well. Since he had no reason to give up part of the remuneration, Luke turned to everyone. He said he wanted to take a little rest from the adventure and find a place in this city to open a weapon workshop. All visitors to the guild paid attention to him. Beginners will never miss the chance to extend the rumors of this. There is a conversation that a guy who forged a sword is able to destroy the dragon with one blow, is about to open a shop in this city. Grin Hollow has not yet had its weapon store. The man promised to pay for the money received for the reward for construction. However, the thing was not in money. The most suitable building for a store in this city looked very neglected. But Luke did not consider it a problem. He knew that it could easily repair everything, because repair was always a trump card. Sylvia realized that Marita talks about the building on the outskirts of the city. In her opinion, this place was no longer repaired. The Meadows became anxious, hearing it, but he still believed that he could restore the building. Sakura offered her part of the award to the boy. The Hatch gave up her help, but the girl insisted that he would take her share because she could still make money in the guild. The guy realized that the girl was not going to concede in this matter, but he did not want to take money from her. The Hatch thought as if to refuse Sakura. At this point, Sylvia intervened before their conversation. She suggested using Sakura money as a prepayment for urgent weapons repair. They agreed with this idea and decided to pay the service in advance. Sakura also said Luke that she wanted to ask him for something. The girl asked him to make the same katana for her that she could also become strong as the sword capable of defeating the dragon. Hearing this, Luke agreed to such an agreement. After all, when Sakura wanted to just give him money, the guy felt awkward. Then the guy said he agrees with that. Sakura will become his first client. The girl was glad that she was put on her proposal. She was very hoping for it. Then the guy and the girl shook each other's hands, confirming the agreement. It was on this day that Luke put his work of the adventurer on the pause. Now he was taking the first steps to a new life, the owner of the weapons store. Soon, the company got to the house. The condition of the building was terrible. It was old and completely neglected. The holes were not only in the windows but all over the house. It turned out that this building has long been empty. One day, a strong storm broke a huge tree that fell directly into the house. Everything inside was also mutilated. The Hatch saw that the house is in a terrible state, not only from the outside, but also inside. But he decided to give this place another chance. Luke hoped that he could fix all this mess. He wanted to apply his skills to this building. However, the Hatch was a little worried, because it never took something so large scale. The whole building was planned to be repaired. The guy thought of replacing the destroyed areas of the wood that had just been dumped, but suddenly the Hatch activated his skills of repair and sent it to the building. At the same moment, the house began to change. The girls watched this with delight and surprise because the house was repaired independently. It has passed for a while, and the whole house has changed completely. Now it no longer resembled that old and abandoned appearance. Sylvia could not give way to the result. The Hatch restored everything just great. The girl already wanted to thank him, but suddenly noticed that the guy looks very pale and tired. He spent a lot of strength to restore the whole house, but now he will at least sell in his weapon store. The man was not going to give up so easy. The girls looked at the boy with anxiety. He overloaded himself, but the Hatch did not even think to rest. He has already done advertising and now dreamed of opening his store as soon as possible. Sylvia and Sakura decided to help the boy clean the building. After all, if he does everything himself, then he will get it. The Hatch only had to agree to their help. Then the guy undertook to repair the goods in his arms store. In the wooden chest lay broken swords and armor. The Hatch bought them in a guild for nothing, although it looks just a bunch of junk. But for him, these things were a real treasure. Then the guy activated the repair skill and tried to restore one of the damaged swords from this box. A moment, and the sword changed instantly. It was still rusty and broken. It began to look completely new. Sakura looked at him with enthusiasm. This sword was now being expelled. Sylvia understood the design of the Hatch. It was cheaper to repair broken weapons than buying a new one. That is why working in a weapon store was an ideal option for him. In order to sell something, you need to have an attractive product. For example, Luke used a sword that won the dragon to advertise his store. If there is no such interesting product, buyers can remain disappointed. He will no longer be able to evoke the same improved and incredible swords. Those that will be for sale in the store will only be copies of this sword. The hatch was crushed by the main material that he found in the dungeon. Now it is no longer possible to create another same sword from the powder. Sakura, seeing the bag with materials, realized that these were the substances that the guy used to restore the sword. They make the blade stronger. After removing a few materials from the bag, the guy activated his skill and used it on the sword. Soon, the old and shabby sword began to look like a new one, pure and whole, without any scratch. Sylvia has admired how much this sword is different from others, which he usually uses. It was restored with the help of special material. The shine of this sword cannot be compared to any other. Begi agreed with this and took up the restoration of the rest of the guns. When all the preparations were completed, he began to think where to get the necessary materials. The hatch was surprised. He would never have thought it was a guild. He thought about it for a long time. There were no weapons in the city, and newcomers first needed weapons and armor. The guy noted that Sylvia is a native of a family of merchants. Her grandmother often reminded that in trade it is always possible to find loopholes. Sakura was surprised to learn that the guy stopped being an adventure seeker and became a gunman. She could not understand why he decided so. She was especially impressed by how skillfully he learned to restore things with his ability. Luke remembered that he had not yet told the girls what had happened to him before their meeting. The guy with black hair shared with them. Only recently did he realize the true power of his ability. After that, he began to tell the story of his life. The girls were amazed when they heard the story of the betrayal of Comrade Luke. The Falcon's act seemed to them very foul. They were angry with the actions of their acquaintance. For them, he was a real scoundrel. The hatch realized that if he told them his friend is a hero, then they would be angry even more. Therefore, he decided to say nothing more about this topic. Then the Bao changed the topic and began to tell why he decided to become an adventure seeker. He confessed that he had dreamed of it since childhood. When the hatch was still small, travelers came to their village once. Their stories about the fascinating adventures lit up in him to look like them. Although he suspected that part of this story was decorated, but still could not get rid of the desire to become an adventurer. The parents considered this idea a fool, but the hatch did not obey, and decided to act in his own way. In the end, he left his native village. Therefore, all this time remained an adventure seeker, having a constant rank of Sakura, looked slightly at the hatch. She asked quietly if he had regretted her choice. However, the hatch did not regret what he chose to become an adventure seeker. He really liked this business. Although the latter task became a kind of warning for him, he perceived it as a chance to start again. But he was also grateful for this task, because thanks to him his skills increased. Now the hatch could live peacefully, engaged in the trade of weapons. The girls were happy to hear such words of the boy. They supported him in all endeavors. After that, everyone began to prepare for the opening of the weapon store. After this conversation, the company felt the exaltation and inspiration. The guy once again looked at his list of business. He has already ordered a sign for his weapon store. Returning to the building, he had to do the restoration of things that were there. Suddenly, someone turned to him. The man in the glasses asked Luke if he really saved the girl at the Hotel Spring Leaves. The hatch confirmed this. It was found out that this man is well acquainted with the hotel owner's family. Therefore, in gratitude, the man treated the boy with food from his institution. The hatch was surprised by such a gesture, but the man did not ask anything. The owner of the restaurant told the guy that many of his visitors are looking forward to opening a hat shop. Therefore, the man wished him good luck in preparation. The hatch heard it for the first time and was pleasantly surprised. Once upon a time, when he was just a traveler, no one was waiting for him or thanked him. Now this new pleasant feeling filled the guy. The hatch tasted the dish that he was offered by the man. It was delicious. Meanwhile, Sakura was with the children. They constantly asked for a black girl to show how she possesses a sword. Sakura calmly explained that fencing is not to sway, but, a little ashamed, she still got her sword. Sakura threw up a wooden plate up, and only 2 quick sword movements easily cut it into equal parts. The children were delighted to see how neat wooden debris fell to the ground. The hatch himself could not believe his eyes. Sakura struck so fast, it seemed twice in a second. In his eyes, she was already a real sword master. The girl was very proud of her ability to own a sword. She always showed her skill to children. The hatch felt awkward looking at it. Recently, she said that fencing is not to brag. At the same moment, the girl returned to his direction. In the meantime, the children were fond of her, and it added pride to her. Seeing that the guy looks at her, Sakura froze from surprise. The guy just watched the girl, who frozen in place. It was at this point that Sakura was confused when the guy appeared nearby. It turned out that Luke heard everything from the moment she said aloud that possessing a sword was not for boasting. For a few seconds, there was no silence between them. The Sakura has groaned with embarrassment and shame because she was rarely praised. Her family did not have to show her skills. However, the guy did not try to make her at all. He simply reached her dish, which he gave. The girl thanked the boy and gladly took the meat on the skewer and then easily tasted the dish she was given. Sakura happily noted that the food was delicious. Lucas noticed that the girl likes to eat well. Sakura was embarrassed from such words. The guy thought it was cute because restraint is a good feature, but the girl should not forget about rest. Sakura thanked him. In her hometown, everything was very strict, so when she is in this green valley, she feels a real peace. The girl was a warrior who was still training. She sometimes returned to her hometown, but for a short time, usually stopped in the green valley. The next day, Sakura also decided to go there. But she was not going to stay here for a long time. The girl already thought about settling in this city, but for this, she will have to go back to her hometown and pick up something important. It was there that she left a special material from which she wants the hatch to expel her katana. This meant that the guy would make a weapon after her return. Sakura regretted that she would not be able to help him with preparation. However, she should not worry about it. Luke wanted to make her a surprise when she came. After that, they said goodbye. After a while, the employee began to install the sign at the entrance to the store. The guy and the girl watched his work closely to make sure that the sign would be placed exactly where he was needed. The guy named his shop in honor of the place where he was born, a grove of white wolf, because nothing else was thought to him. He then thanked Sylvia for his support and help. He sincerely appreciated everything she did for him. The girl answered him with a smile, accepting his gratitude. The guy once saved her life, so now she just wanted to enjoy how many people were waiting for his shop to open. Luke also smiled back. Sylvia was right. They would really have to rejoice in this moment. This is where a new head of his life begins. Soon the worker installed a sign of his weapons store. After that, all the preparations for the opening of the weapons store were completed, and the hatch, together with Sylvia, went to greet the first visitors. Thus began the grand opening of the White Wolf, a new workshop of weapons. Although the Hatch weapon store has opened not so long ago, it has many customer orders. The young man quickly got used to communicating with clients. The Hatch stood at the box office with a friendly smile on his face. One of the clients asked him with a sword that cost only 1 florin. In the Hatch store at such a price, you could easily buy a regular iron sword. Soon, the guy thanked the buyer for the purchase. At this point, Sylvia approached him. She gave him a bottle of drink. It was a gift from Mary. Everyone rejoiced, because thanks to the materials extracted from the dragon's body, they became stronger. It turned out that Marita managed the bar as her additional business. That drink was a kind of gratitude and a belated gift on the occasion of the opening of the store. That guy has not yet sold a single instance of that legendary saber. Its price was too high, so that someone wanted to buy it instantly. So far, the sword hung on the wall of his shop as a simple decoration. Only a few from adventure seekers could give a whole guilder for such weapons. But they were just fakes. A real sword could bring even more money. The Hatch, apparently, could get a few gold coins for this legendary sword. The girl was amazed at these words. This was the amount that ordinary people earn in a year. The Hatch could not just do another such sword. He will have to go to the Millennial Passage again to gather more of this substance. But it is difficult to get there without level leader A. The Hatch failed to follow this material himself, and he has not yet been going to sell that sword. The girl believed that such a valuable weapon would simply be lost. But ordinary people didn't have so much money to buy this sword. It passed for a while, and two men came to his weapon store. The other was distinguished by the fact that one of them looks like a real aristocrat. The man in the raincoat was looking for the owner of this weapon store. The aristocrat immediately recognized the famous place, the same store that was recently broken by the dragon's sword. The Hatch clumsily agreed with that. The aristocrat wanted to buy the legendary saber. The man replied that he had several similar blades at the warehouse. However, the aristocrat immediately realized that it was only cheap fakes. It was very surprised by the guy. Blondin wanted to buy the original, but the Hatch never dared to sell it. But the aristocrat actually had a special reason to want this sword. He ordered his servant to bring money, and he immediately obeyed his master. Then the servant of the aristocrat put a whole bunch of coins on the table. All visitors, along with the Hatch, froze with surprise. They were not just coins, but real golden owls. In addition, there were 5 coins on the table. The Hatch was surprised and wanted to find out who this unexpected guest was. The aristocrat also decided that his silence means disagreement with the price of a sword, so he ordered 5 more gold to be put. Blondin expected that the Hatch would betray the amount of money that he was offered for the legendary sword. But the guy was amazed at what happened. After a while, all visitors were released. For the Hatch, this case was very grueling, and Sylvia, meanwhile, gave her coins with pleasure. They paid for the sword. Sylvia has never seen so much money together before. The Hatch suggested that these people were either knights or messengers from the nobility, but not simple adventure seekers. At least this fair-haired aristocrat was exactly well understood on the swords. He immediately saw how high quality the other blades were, but no one could understand why such an important person came to the Green Grove. And suddenly, someone else entered the store. It was a Sakura. The guy and the girl greeted with her. Sylvia was already tired of waiting for the girl until it was near, and very much for her. Sakura apologized because she was delayed and could not return home for a long time. However, for Luke Sakura, she returned faster than he expected. The girl seized the fabric with her. Without holding back joy, she hurried to his store just off the road. And it was in time, just a lunch break began. There were 3 portions of rice and omelette on the table. In addition to a mouris, there were also meat with vegetables on the plate as additional dishes. Sakura enjoyed food and sincerely praised the culinary abilities of Sylvia. She said that the dishes here are much delicious than that she tasted earlier. The girl also noted that the guy made this place even more attractive. The guy received many new orders. The Hatch was even invited to update several buildings in the city, all because he repaired the old abandoned store flawlessly. The store itself became the best advertising for the guy. Sakura was not surprised by the guy's behavior. She did not expect anything else from him. In her opinion, he will quickly return the money he has invested in the store. And here, the Hatch unexpectedly confessed that he had already paid everything. The girl was amazed. As it turned out, the sword, which the Sakura won the dragon, cost 10 sovereigns. Sakura was stunned by such a sum. With this money, she could not worry about her future for the rest of her life. However, no one knew who purchased this sword. Luke believed that it could be one of the rich aristocrats who liked to buy expensive and rare things for prestige, but these were only his assumptions. Then they switched to a conversation about the Sakura sword. After lunch, the girl showed them the material that brought them from her hometown. Sakura asked Luke to withdraw from this material katana for her. The material was called Scarlet. The guy has never heard of such ore before. Outwardly, this material resembled a precious stone, but in fact was metal. Sakura agreed with this. One of the goals of her journey was to find a master who was able to expel katana from this metal. Nobody could in her city. Even in the East, this knowledge has long been forgotten. From Scarleton, it was not possible to create either armor or tools. The Hatch was worried. The girl entrusted him with very valuable metal, and it worried the boy. However, the girl herself remained calm because she believed the Hatch. The guy explained to her that it would not be easy to make katana from this material, so it would take a long time. Only the skill owned by the Hatch is suitable for repair. He will not be able to immediately expel the sword from this material because his repair skill only returns things to his former appearance. Simply speaking, Luke remembers what the thing looked before, and with the help of this memory restores it completely. But an ordinary person will not be able to make a blade either from a piece of metal or especially from his imagination. It is impossible for him. If he gradually attaches half of the ore to the ready weapon, adjusting everything to the desired shape, then the Hatch will be able to disassemble the katana with the ore and then connect all the details again. If he does so, he will be able to create a blade made of Scarlet for Cherry. It was a kind of bypass. Hearing this news, the black girl was delighted with the thought of creating a red steel sword. Theoretically, everything had to work, but the guy never tried it. Sakura really wanted to get her blade as soon as possible. She gladly gave him her katana. The girl sincerely believed in the boy. First, you need to take out the blade of the Hatch, using 50% of the Scarlet, and even then make the sword completely from this metal. The guy could only accept this material. Then the Hatch began to forge a blade of rare metal ore. At first, he decided to divide his katana and Scarlet in half. The black-haired guy activated his skill and applied it to these items. The girls were delighted with this. During the work of katana, she acquired an extremely beautiful shade, a pale pink, like sakura petals. The combination of this color with ordinary metal made weapons brighter and even more attractive. Sakura was glad. She wanted to try katana. She made a lot of delight just outside. The guy allowed her but emphasized that she did not get to his eyes to other clients. The Hatch realized that in Sakura's soul remained a real child. Meanwhile, Sakura used her ability to light a small flame on the tip of the finger, but this skill was weak. She couldn't use it for a direct attack. It was rumored that Scarleton objects can fire and even increase its strength. That is why the girl lifted a burning finger to katana. At the same moment, the sword broke out the flames. The fire on red katana did not go out. On the contrary, it was supported by this metal. The guy was very happy and wanted to see how katana acts in battle. So, Sakura suggested using a deck to test the weapon. The girl threw a wooden deck into the air. The Hatch wanted to remind her of the safety rules, but Sakura had already swung her katana. The girl waved her fiery katana, and a whole wave of enemies flew into the air. Sylvia watched this spectacle enthusiastically. One layer of these weapons left behind a long fire trail. The visitors of the shop were amazed at what they saw. A girl with black hair smiled sincerely. She thanked the boy for katana, which he made. It was a truly amazing weapon. The adventurers passing by were amazed at all that had happened. The Hatch could not believe his eyes. What he saw was so struck that he had froze for a short time and did not even find words to say something Sakura. Sylvia immediately realized that fire control is only the initial skill of Sakura. The young man realized that he probably had just created the most foolish and most powerful weapon in history. The Hatch was amazed at this discovery. He wondered how strong the weapon could become if someone used a powerful fire skill on it. More recently, he could not dream that he could create something like that. He remained an adventurer ETS all his life until he was finally taken to the detachment of the heroes. He was only invited to wear things, but in the end, it was thrown into the most dangerous work, elimination. Therefore, the boy seemed incredible that he was able to make such a weapon. At this time, Sylvia praised him, and Sakura was simply admired by his weapon. A black girl with a smile told the boy that the next time she wanted him to make a short sword for her. She dreamed of using it with katana. The hatch did not even imagine that he would ever meet friends who would appreciate his skills. The guy with a bright smile agreed at the request of Sakura to make a short sword for her. She could trust him. He would create the weapon she needed. After a while, Luke said goodbye to his buyers. Each of them purchased the necessary weapons and armor. After that, the guy began to view a list of his tasks. On the same day, he did everything that was planned. Luke overwhelmed the creative energy, and he did not sit still. The guy was already thinking to get back to the workshop to make a few more new swords. Then he remembered that Sakura asked him a short sword. The guy decided to make a short sword for Sakura to surprise her. During work, he could change the ratio of ore a little, experimenting with materials. Luke thoughtfully plunged into his thoughts as he suddenly heard that someone had shouted. Two knights in armor approached the guy and asked if he was a small white wolf from the grove. They wanted to talk to him. The hatch looked at them in confusion, not believing his eyes. The knight in armor told the boy that he belonged to the Order of Silver Wings. The hatch watched them, but still greeted. He did not know what these people wanted from him. One of the knights annoyedly noted that he has evidence against this guy. However, this knight was lower in rank than the guy himself. The hatch could not understand what he was talking about. The knight called the boy a worthless criminal and grabbed him by the collar, which stunned the hatch. But another knight reassured the beautiful knight because they did not need a twisted truth. Felix reminded Garnet that he was a commander here, so, if necessary, it can report to Lord Carmaine about the disobedience of the orders of Garnet. After that, the knight became calmer. Felix apologized to the guy for his rude behavior. The knight removed a helmet, introduced himself to Luke, and said that his name is Felix, and he was the deputy commander of this order. Felix informed Luke that they had a serious conversation that needed to be held immediately. Then the hatch asked what would happen if he refused to speak. In response, another man with the threat said he would regard it as resistance. The hatch realized what situation got into. However, whatever it is, they still had to continue the conversation in the store so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Sylvia approached the hatch with anxiety. She really wanted to find out what had happened, but Luke himself knew nothing. He wanted to ask the knights, but they remained silent. Then the hatch tried to reassure the worried girl. The girl noticed that the situation was tense, so she decided to approach and talk to them. Then Sylvia hurried to his mother to warn her. The knights were not worried because the girl was nearby during their conversation. Sylvia only had to agree to become his official witness, and Felix noticed that the girl was very worried about the hatch. Subsequently, they were in the room. One of the knights began to cover the entrance. Felix told them that they learned about the incident in the dungeon, so now they wanted to hear from the hatch a description of every member of Falcon's heroes. The hatch began to tell the story. Falcon has always been too confident. When he was mistaken because of his own pride, he used all his numerous skills to correct the mistake. Julia, Night Falcon and childhood girlfriend, was also his beloved. She always fulfilled all his requests, except when other women concerned. The white magician is the form of the form. It was she who suggested that everyone lift the hatch and throw it. This blonde girl has always annoyed others with her pranks. Then the hatch confessed that he did not even know what to say about the last detachment. He never had controversy with a black witch named Noir, and White Magina was so quiet that the guy couldn't even describe her character. The guy asked why the knights asked him about the members of the heroes. Felix decided not to walk around and immediately explained. Falcon and others disappeared. The Order of Silver Wings is now searching for them. Guy didn't know anything about it. When he came to the guild, he reported that his team was probably still in the dungeon. However, it was important to the rest. The fact that Guy left the dungeon without his team began to accuse him of betrayal. The minister supported Falcon as a hero, but believed that he was destroyed because of the betrayal of a hatch by a white wolf grove. It is because of this that the knights now interrogated the minister. The guy was stunned by such news. The girl also felt how strange the whole situation was. Luke is not one of those people. Felix tried to reassure Sylvia. The ministers were convinced that the guy stole the hero's weapon, so they instructed to find the so-called sword of the destruction of dragons. It was at this point that Luke noticed a familiar buyer. Now he realized where they had so much money. It turned out to be a political order. As a result, the minister's words were lied. But the knights faced another problem. The sword which the hatch made contained mithril. Mithril is a valuable metal that has properties that are very similar to magical. To get it, you need to have permission from the royal palace. If there was no permission, the worst case was expected to be destroyed. Sylvia was surprised. She saw the guy restore the sword using the ore from the walls of the dungeon. It turned out that the caves were partly consisting of this material. Since mithril weapons were done by accident, it will not be held accountable. If he really eroked the ore sword that he took the dungeon from the walls, then no one could know that there was a mithril in the cave. To prove it, the hatch must destroy the walls of the dungeon in the eyes of knights. The man agreed because he wanted to completely remove all the suspicions. The hatch was surprised that he was accused of betraying the hero. However, only ministers suspected him. According to their logic, Luke and Falcon's abilities were too different. Falcon had a rank and had several skills, but the hatch remained with ranking and only one skill. The guy noticed that Garnet was convinced of his guilt, but it turned out that that night, Garnet could not put up with those who illegally used mithril. That is why he did so with Luke. Then the knights told him that they would carry him to the dungeon so that he would extracted ore from the walls, and in the meantime, he greeted the hatch with a smile. It made the boy get out of surprise for a moment. After all, this knight was not at all as others. His courtesy now seemed even more suspicious. After a warm handshake, the Garnet squeezed his hand firmly, and the guy did not restrain his shout. The guy felt pain in his hand due to a strong compression. The hatch was already starting to get bored after everything that happened this night. Garnet was still sure that the guy was guilty. At this point, Sakura joined the conversation. She reported that Felix allowed her to go with everyone. The hatch reported Sakura that everything was fine with him. He apologized to her for the girl had to become his guard and leader, but Sakura was glad that it could help. Garnet, with a smile, noted that it was all because of the low rank of Hatch. Felix tried to reassure Garnet. They have already discussed it before. If the knight continues to behave so, Felix will tell everything Lord Carmen. Hearing this, Garnet thought seriously and sighed. Garnet was surprised when she realized that Luke had associated Carmina with his older brother. The Hatch noticed how Garnet inadvertently remembered the name of his brother Carmine, and the vice commander reported to the commander. The knight was surprised that he even remembered such small details, but the Hatch is already used to it. He was a guardian of the rank E, so he always was able to quickly notice the information you need. Suddenly, a familiar man approached them and seriously reported that the deputy commander was ready to go to the cave. On the way, they came across the remains of a dragon. This was very surprised. How could you not notice the appearance of such creatures in these places? The Hatch, with a smile, remarked that the Garnet was wearing full armor. He jokingly thought that he was afraid of dragons, but at the same moment the brave Garnet was annoyed. The soupy Hatch, with anger, told the Garnets not to worry because the appearance of another dragon did not go any rumors. Luke's words were angry, but he did not show his anxiety. The rest of the group felt awkward watching their dispute. Soon, a group of knights and several more people gathered to the entrance to the dungeon, which was called the millennial path to hell. They noticed that this dungeon was really connected to others. The lower level had to be examined. At this point, the hatch pointed to the wall near the stairs. It was this ore from the wall that was used to repair weapons. At first glance, ore was no different from ordinary stone. Felix noted that if these walls are indeed part of the dungeon, then they are almost impossible to destroy. That is why he brought Garnet with him. Garnet smiled and said Luke that if he was able to destroy the wall, it would be a liar. But Luke perceived it calmly. Further, the Garnet, dressed in the armor, rushed to the wall he needed. At the same time, he activated his skill. He waved his foot and tried to hit her on the wall of the dungeon to destroy it. But, although the blow was strong, it did not harm the wall. The ore in this wall is only similar to the ordinary stone. Many metal has been accumulated inside. Even the hero will not be able to break through such an obstacle. So I had to seek help from the hatch. The black-haired guy felt as if he was going through the worst month in his life again. Because of this, he wanted to punch the wall as soon as possible and return home. At that moment, the hatch activated his skill. Suddenly, changes began to occur in a certain place. The guy left a giant trace on the wall of the dungeon and further used his skill. Everyone is surprised to watch this spectacle because the guy effortlessly broke a piece of wall. Soon, the wall just crumbled in one place. Then, the hatch began to attach the ore to his sword. Soon, the sword absorbed the properties of ore from the wall. The hatch continued to tell. That's how he created a sword he overcame. He did not know what material this sword was made of. Felix asked Bradford to collect some fragments of ore from this wall. Then the man turned to the hatch and again asked him to break the wall in several places. He did not like this request. The hatch said he did not want to go inside, but they could not know exactly what the walls were made of. Therefore, they needed to take samples from several different places. Garnet thought that the hatch was afraid and began to make fun of him. But the hatch was immersed in the memories of all the bad that he saw in this place. Everyone around them understood why the guy was hesitant, but they still waited for him to take decisive action. Some time has passed, and they collected several bags of materials. The hatch was glad that he finally managed to get out of that gloomy, dark, and difficult place. Garnet was amazed that the guy could stay here for 2 weeks in a row. However, Luke had no choice but to look for a way to escape. Now the knights needed to take this material and study it carefully. Felix warned Luke that it could take some time. However, he promised to contact him as soon as the news. Luke thanked him for that. Suddenly, someone called Felix. Sakura, with a smile, suggested that he take home the remains of the dragon. Such a trophy could be a great souvenir for knights. But the Garnets was indifferent. The only thing he wanted was to return home faster. The hatch asked if he remembered the road back, but Garnet was annoyed with this man and wanted to leave. Suddenly, in the next moment, a huge, mighty clawed polo appeared in the night sky. The hatch could not believe how quickly everything happened. The man froze on the spot. On the ground, the fragments of knight armor were lying. Suddenly, a huge dragon emerged in front of them. Other dragons were circling in the sky. The dragon quenched so loudly that his roar spread to the entire neighborhood. The hatch saw Knight lying on the ground and called a gun-tow with horror. Suddenly, the loud cries of people mixed with roar began to sound around. It turned out that viviverts appeared in the dungeons. People in panic rushed to flee because they knew they had no chance to resist these creatures. Felix immediately called his subordinate, Bradford. He quickly responded to the order of his commander and immediately began to use his skill. The next moment appeared long chains, which immediately grabbed 3 wyver and did not allow them to move. Bradford focused and skillfully used his skill. He launched the chains that knocked out the outlet to the ground. The hatch fell, seeing such force, only one technique, and so many monsters were immediately overthrown. And at the same moment, Sakura broke up and flew up. The girl with black hair landed right on her back. The monster immediately felt her and tried to throw away the stranger. But the girl immediately grabbed katana from the vagina and rushed to the attack. Having won one monster, Sakura jumped to the next. She made 2 blows, and the second enemy was destroyed. The girl went down to the ground, but she was already waiting for another enemy. Behind was a huge out, which was threatening in the air. The hatch called the girl to warn her of danger. The turmoil has already opened the mouth to release the flames on the girl, but suddenly, the next moment, near Sakura, was Felix. He used his ability and created a protective barrier around them. Sakura thanked Felix because she felt that she had a debt to him. Felix noted that this Viston is different from others. It is able to breathe flames. Therefore, he and Bradford decided to support the Sakura in battle, and she must strike a decisive blow. They decided to try to deal with the dragon in this way, so Felix ordered the hatch to go away, to a safe place. The guy obeyed him. The hatch felt powerless and pathetic. His skills, although improved, still did not benefit from combat. Therefore, he decided to do everything that was in his power right now. The hatch approached the Garnet. The knight lost a lot of blood, but was still alive. The hatch lifted the wounded Garnets into his arms and turned his body. With horror, the guy saw that not only the body of the Garnets, but also his face was seriously injured. He wondered if he was too late to help the knight. If you focus only on the treatment of the body, without paying attention to the armor, there may still be a chance. Suddenly, the flow of flames appeared. The hatch realized that they were rushing on the fiery breath of the dragon. If they do not move from the place, they will get on the attack. The guy realized that even if he was able to avoid a blow, Garnet was not. It was a really dangerous situation. Suddenly, the guy noticed something and decided to act immediately. He sent his skill to the ore from the dungeon, part of which he had already combined with the sword, and then used the earth as a replacement. The guy began to activate his ability. In the next moment, he built a shelter from everything he had at hand so that the fiery breath of the dragon would not reach them. The guy who was once rejected because of his futility felt guilty. He thought for a moment to leave someone at a difficult time. Then the protection of the materials began to disappear. The guy decided that he had coped well, considering what he did it for the first time. Then he began to use his skill. Haggai took advantage of his recovery ability to cure a harvest. He hoped that the girl would soon apologize to him for doing. Gradually, all her night wounds began to disappear. Soon the knight completely healed from all wounds. The guy was glad. But suddenly he noticed that Garnet was actually a girl. The hatch was stunned by what he saw. He realized that all the signs indicate that the girl is a girl. In the meantime, this girl began to come to her senses. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted about the dragon. Garnet very much wanted to destroy the monster, but after recent events, she did not obey her. The hatch was alarmed that a girl could not move yet. He only recently treated her wounds, but he has not yet been able to regain power. The knight remembered that she had recently been injured. Then Garnet felt the place where her wound had previously, but she felt something that strangers would not have to notice. The hatch was embarrassed. In the woods, there was a lost exclamation of Garnet. The girl blushed with shame and inconvenience. She realized that the guy saw everything, but the hatch couldn't help anything. He did not even guess that she was a girl. Then Lucas suggested that the girl turn the armor the upper part to cover herself. The girl has not left after what happened, but still returned to the boy with her back. Then the guy used his repair skill and began to repair the armor. Luke knew that Garnet's name could be both female and male. However, he could not imagine that these heavy armor was hidden a female figure. Soon the armor of Garnet was restored, and they all started waiting for the battle with a dragon. Sakura and friends destroyed the monster. Although Garnet was already calming down, she still felt some confusion because of what happened. The girl did not understand why she didn't ask her why she hides her gender. But Luke knew perfectly well that she would not talk about it. Therefore, he did not want to force her to open. The girl was surprised by his words. She called the boy loudly. The hatch looked at her with misunderstanding, but still responded to her call. Garnet bowed her head and asked the boy to apologize. She knew that she had treated him roughly. The hatch decided that it was because she accepted him as a smuggler mithril. The girl lifted her eyebrows in surprise, hearing this. She realized that Felix told him everything, and Garnet additionally warned him that he would not be justified. If the mother found out that she was still pride in her pride, she would definitely cook her. Garnet once again bowed her head and thanked the boy for his help. If not for him, she would not have been saved for a long time. The hatch was surprised that the girl could be so frank. The guy believed that he had already done everything he needed. In addition, he saw what was better not to see. The girl lingered for a moment, hearing his last words. At the same moment, she grabbed a boy with an angry look. The blonde in any way wanted to make him forget about what had just happened. Lucas was confused by such an unexpected gesture. He was not talking about manners, but about her face. Suddenly, a loud, stunning sound made in the dungeon, from which the hatch froze for a moment. He immediately realized their friends had already coped with the dragon. Garnet was aware that she would not be able to take revenge on her wounds. After that, the guy and the girl decided to return to their group. The guy with black hair reached out to the girl's hand. Garnet was confused for a moment, not sure how to do it. At this point, the hatch encouraged her, hinting that she would accept help. However, instead of taking the boy by the hand, the girl herself rose from the ground. She said she could do a great way. Luke realized that she was offended by him. The hatch was worried that the girl would appear in front of others in this form. Her helmet was lost, but everything went well. Felix and Bradford have already seen her face, but none of them know that she is a woman. In their order, there is a senseless ancient rule. Only men can enter there. Luke remembered how Felix turned to Garnet as a man. That is why she continued to think that Garnet was the younger brother of the commander. Luke realized that he could not tell anyone about it. The guy realized that the girl had a really good reason to join the order. After all, she even had to hide her real gender. Although he was curious, it didn't concern him. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Garnet had stopped. The hatch approached her, and Garnet showed her hand sideways. She was very surprised. It turned out that a huge hole was high. Going there, the guy did not notice anything. Everything through the thick grape creepers. They closed the hole when they passed. A deep silence reigned for a moment. Everyone understood how serious everything is. While they went down into the cave, something huge could escape. The girl realized that something terrible could get out of that hole. Probably from there in the sunny forest, the dragon appeared. Guild did not even notice this hole. They realized that the guild had to be warned. Suddenly, the girl and the guy noticed how the hole began to close. In the dungeons, such traps could often be found, but if this trap was here, then the dragon had to be part of it. The guy decided that someone was driving a dragon. If it is right, then there is a lever that runs the trap. Suddenly, Garnet called Luke loudly. She told him that a man lies at the foot of the height. The hatch immediately realized that the girl did not dare to run there, so he hurried to that place. Going to the foot of the rise, Luke became interested in what condition the girl. He saw that she was still in good fit, but as soon as the guy looked at her, he was stunned by her appearance. It turned out that it was a familiar hatch, Noir, magician, and a participant in the detachment of Falcon's heroes. The hatch immediately asked what happened to the girl, but tears appeared in Noir's eyes. A girl with black hair ran up to the boy and wept loudly. She apologized through the tears before the hatch, sincerely regretting what happened. The guy apologized and asked to tell her what had happened to her. The girl reported that other team members are in the dungeon. Suddenly, some unclear force stopped her. Noir suddenly screamed in pain. Noir remembered how a terrible curse was imposed on her. She was threatened to keep silent, otherwise she will hurt. The girl eventually fainted with pain and impotence. The hatch approached her. Meanwhile, a curse label broke out on her back. No one is able to free the girl from this curse. A little time has passed, and the black girl finally became conscious. The first was met by 3 people: Felix, Luke, and Sakura. From all of them, she knew only Luke. The company immediately noticed that Noir had already come to her senses after the infant. A girl with black hair wanted to find out who this guy was. Felix explained that he was the Knight of the Order of Silver Wings. He also said that by order of the Royal Order, he was investigating the disappearance of Falcon's hero. That is why Felix wanted to hear from her what happened. For a moment, Noir fell silent. A minute later, she said quietly that she wanted to show something. The girl slowly turned her back and took off his outerwear. Soon, everyone spotted a dark brand on her back. The hatch was stunned. Felix realized that he was a sign of a demonic curse he had once heard, a spell capable of conquering another's will. Judging by what he saw in the image, the label did not provide some information. Because of this, the girl just couldn't tell them what had happened. Felix suggested that Luke try to remove the curse with his skill, although she betrayed the boy that it is impossible to justify, but now Luke should not keep her evil. Initially, a mysterious abyss appeared in the bright forest, and later they discovered Miss Light, cursed by an unknown force. Because of this city, it can be threatened with any moment. The hatch was forced to agree with that. But before that, he warned the girl. Luke said Noir that he was looking for a way out of the dungeon. His skill became stronger. Now he is able to cure her. However, if he wants, he can destroy. The number immediately faded. Sakura wanted to stop Leuk, but Felix reached out and blocked her way, so the girl was only able to watch everything that was happening. Nua trembled with fear, and the hatch, meanwhile, activated his skill and put his hand to the girl's back. The mark on her body gradually began to change. But in a moment, the power of the label began to reach for the guy's hand. The hatch froze with surprise. He realized that it was not an ordinary curse, it was alive. Felix and Sakura were watching closely. It turned out that the facial expressed the guy by the hand. Usually, these creatures are waiting for their victim, masking the treasure chest or even whole rooms in the dungeon. For Felix, this is the first time when he saw a facial expressions pretending to be a curse. The hatch did not think about who really before him. He noticed horror that the creature was trying to suck his magic from him. He was not going to allow that. The guy activated his skill again. The hatch directed the power of his skill simply to the palm of his hand to destroy the facial expressions. Feeling the inevitable death, the creature began to crawl. Then the guy gathered all the magic in one place. After that, he clenched his fist, and this finally destroyed the monster. Finally, the curse brand disappeared. The black girl was exhausted on the bed. Adventurers survive only when they do not forget the main thing. If they are distracted or lose their vigilance, it can cost them life. Felix and Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and then called Noir. The city was threatened with an unknown danger, and the first task was to find out as much as possible. This has become more important than any revenge or dark things. The hatch wanted the girl to tell them everything he knows. Noir started her story. The next day after the team left the hatch, they reached the very bottom of the maze. To move on, Falcon said the password. The passage opened for the next moment. The hero ordered Noir to use her magic to make sure that the path is safe. The girl obediently executed his order. There they came across a huge cave. On its outskirts were wide mines, where the dark elves were held in captivity of dwarves. Further, the deserted wild lands in which dragons lived. Halfway, they had to happen a small, quiet town. It was there that they saw the gray old man they were looking for. 2 months ago, the leader of the dwarfs turned to the king for help, so the king instructed Falcon with his detachment to understand. In order not to fall into the hands of dark elves, they decided to go through the Deaflands. Julia noticed a door nearby. In their size, it was immediately visible that they were not for people. The Falcon tried to open this door with a password, but it did not produce, so they moved on. The next day, they finally reached the right city. It seemed that only the dwarves lived here. NUA put the invisibility on a detachment and everyone moved on. They came to the mayor of this town. At the entrance, a dwarf of white hair awaited them, which warmly greeted the hero of Falcon. For a long time, the gnomes expected to arrive. Suddenly, dark elves appeared from nowhere. The leader of the dwarves said that the elves turn his people into their slaves. The old man sincerely asked the hero to help them, but Falcon did not show much interest in another's trouble. The hero Falcon informed the dwarf leader that the villain would easily win. NUA was surprised in such words because their detachment was ordered only to explore the terrain. The form noticed that her sister was anxious, but Noir did not tell her anything. The girl was engulfed by an alarming anticipation as to what awaits. The dwarf leader reported that they would hold them a secret path to the dark fortress. The night fell. Everyone was already asleep. Suddenly, NUA woke up some noise. It turned out that Julia again had fun with Falcon. They say that they were together before the detachment was created, but Noirev was not in themselves that they behaved so indecently near the enemy camp. In addition, they were to go to storm the ruler's fortress in the morning. The girl realized that their character was too self-assured. The black girl also remembered Luke. She worried that the hero could have too much self-confidence. Nua remembered that they had betrayed the boy, and she became ashamed and annoyed, but her sister of the form was distracted. Nua thought that the girl was listening to Julia communicating with Falcon, but Noir denied it. She only thought that the form did not understand that Julia found in Falcon. He looked like a self-confident and arrogant hunter. The girl would definitely never want to meet him. But at least he had a talent. What can you say about the hatch failure? Hearing his name, Nar felt a reproach and made significantly removed. The form saw it immediately. The blonde and witch came out of bed and went to her sister. She reassured Nar so that she would not worry because of the guy. Noir realized that her anxieties were in vain. The next day, they finally saw the fortress of dark elves. Falcon and Blanca went to the castle together, full of confidence in the future victory. Their faces glowed with smiles while they were approaching closer. When they got the right entrance, which the old dwarf was told, everyone got up. Deciding to find the evil lord and destroy it, the team opened the door. At the same moment, a giant stone knight appeared in front of them. His movements were managed by dark energy. Seeing this, Noir recognized horror. It was a gallop. Meanwhile, Falcon's hero did not die. He jumped into the air rapidly, waved his sword, and won the golem from one strong blow. But more and more heads and dark elves began to approach them. The Falcon heroes team did not understand what was happening. The old man never told them that this entrance is so well guarded. It turns out that he cheated them. Everything was not in their favor. The longer they fought, the more elves attacked them. The battle became more and more fierce. Falcon repaired his weapon. With each attempt, the blade broke up into smaller pieces. Noah remembered that the hatch always added a new raw material when he repaired a broken weapon. She was convinced that if you do not use additional materials, the recovery only weakens weapons. So, the girl realized that there was no point in Falcon to restore her weapon again and again. Her frightening anticipation became stronger. Soon the team reached the throne hall. Now it's time to meet its defeat with Dark Elflore. However, the king thought differently. The Dark King Ganalf appeared before the heroes' team. The owner was a little struck by the fact that such a small group managed to penetrate his fortress. But Falcon's hero did not like that the king was saying so much. After all, he came here for only one purpose: to overcome the power of the Dark Elves. King Gandalf was angry with the rudeness of the Falcon, so he rose from his throne and began to spell. The next moment, the dark spell flew towards the hero's team, but Noir managed to create a magic protective barrier. The king's attack failed. But the king was not too upset because of it. He smiled, noticing that the team of heroes entertained him. The hero Falcon was convinced that they would defeat the owner of the Dark Elves. Suddenly, a knight, a dark elf appeared before the king. He asked the king permission to fight the hero. The king only nodded silently. It annoyed Falcon, because he did not want to fight with some young knight. Without hesitation, Falcon waved his sword and rushed to the dark elf. But as soon as his sword touched the blade of the dark elf, something inevitable happened. Falcon's sword broke in half efforts. He looked at it with shocked eyes, and his face faded immediately. Falcon noticed with horror that his sword broke. The guard of the king laughing at him, saying that it is funny, though it is clear that luck today is not on the side of Falcon. As soon as Falcon has not yet recovered from the shock that swept his mind, he gathered all the remnants of strength and will and waved his sharp sword. He swung against the hero, preparing to strike a powerful and accurate blow. At the last moment, Julia stands before Falcon, closing it from a blow. She understands what is happening. Falcon, in despair, and healed Julia. Falcon holds the girl and asks whether she hears it. From the wound on Julia's body, blood flows profusely. She breathes hard and, barely finding strength, asks the hero to use her sword. The guard, with a smug smile, says that the act was noble. Because of this, he will gladly give the hero time to raise the sword. The Falcon looks at him with fury, not intending to forgive the wrongdoing caused to his close friend. After these words, a fierce battle quickly flashes between them. Falcon felt the attention from his body, the muscles relaxed by themselves, and he involuntarily released the sword from his hands. The weapon fell to the floor. At this point, Gandalf did not let him go, holding high above the ground, and his overall comrades lay around. Gandalf throws Falcon and confesses that it was strange to him as they could be reached, because in the way there were Gollum, who had to be cut into pieces literally, and they still managed to beat from Nortley. He appeals to the king to allow him to evaluate these events in place. The king also notices a fragment of a broken sword of heroes on the floor and notes that it is a rather interesting find. Gandalf looks at the broken sword and says that in the battles against the enemies, these weapons were severely injured, and due to repeated small repairs, the sword eventually fired. At this point, the Falcon comes to his senses, and, when making efforts, a little comes from the ground. He turns to the king, assuring that it is not true, and asks whether he really believes that they have lost only because of his low level. He squeezes his fists angrily and asks Gandalf, or in his opinion, they would have won if that guy was with them. The king states that the hero is just dreaming of himself and orders Nortley to bring him here. Falcon tries to resist. The Foot understands that if the hatch was here, everything would have happened differently. She barely opened her eyes and saw the king reaching her hand, promising that they would only warn others. Suddenly, the girl felt a strange pain. Noir screamed from unbearable pain, her body shuddered, and she still remained in mind. The king ordered her to silence if she did not want to suffer even more. After all the events, Gandalf left a curse mark on her back and locked it with Yulian Blanca. Falcon was not near them. The guards brought prisoners a small portion of food and left them in a fairly spacious chamber. Despite this, the girls still remained frightened and felt full helplessness. At first, they took Julia from among the girls when they were taken away. She resisted and demanded to say where the Falcon was kept, but no one answered her. When Nari and her sister were already resigned to the remaining in the dungeons, they came because of some formalities. The sister was crying when she was taken away, but Nar could not do anything. Only the powerless looked at her. Neither Julia nor the form returned, and now Nar's turn has come. She was convinced that, like others, she would no longer see the walls of this camera. She had her legs, and she fell. The guards ordered her to get up. Suddenly, when attention was hanging in the air and felt that something was happening, Nua suddenly covered fear. She involuntarily closed her eyes. Everything around began to tremble a lot, which immediately caused anxiety in the guards. They looked alarmed. They started panic and immediately ran out of the room to find out what happened. She decided to take this opportunity and escape. After that, Nari immediately rushed. She hid, wrapped in the remnants of her magic, who had left and ran. Running through the lands of the dragons, she managed to return to the entrance to the upper levels of the dungeon. However, at the entrance, she was already waiting for the guards. The girl's forces were completely exhausted. Magic no longer helped, and he could no longer hide herself. She realized that she would not have enough strength to break through the soldiers. Noir was breathing hard. Her body was shaking, her mind was filled with despair, and tears flowed across the face. But suddenly, she heard the noise of the wind and noticed a familiar door, those who have already seen before. They stood open. She did not know where the door was leading, but felt this was her only chance to escape. Noir gathered all her last strength and began to climb up on a steep slope at the door. A little time passed, and in the end she saw the light. She hurried. Come out. Despite pain and fatigue, Noir could barely smile sincerely. She was endlessly happy that she finally was at large. The whole body hurt so much that it seemed to her that she was about to die right here. She sincerely apologized to her sister for failing to save her. Almost despair, she suddenly heard someone's voices and faced her eyelids with difficulty. Before her stood a man whose meat more and did not hope. Noir slept peacefully on the bed. The Hatches confusedly confessed that he does not even know where to start to understand everything. Felix proposes to ask the king. Luke is genuinely surprised that Felix trusts him so much that he is not afraid of Noir. Felix replies that he saved Garnet, so he has reason to trust. Sylvia approaches them with an excited face and seems to be looking for a hatch. She asks the hatch to leave her for a moment and says it is very urgent. The locals say they will not be able to defeat the dragon while saving their lives. They do not want to stay in such a dangerous city. Some are worried about what will happen to their shops if all the adventurers go. Someone notes that after collision with dragons to hot springs comes less visitors. Things are not so good because of this, so the guilds need to do something immediately. The hatch comes with Sylvia and Trace and notices that the poor Medea was surrounded by dissatisfied adventurers. He is interested in what is happening here. The Morty, which is difficult to cope with such a crowd of offended people, rejoices the appearance of a hatch and asks him for help. She says that there were dragons, and now there is a panic in the city, and the head of the guild has disappeared somewhere. The locals complain of a hatch. For most green shelter adventurers who have an E rank, the appearance of a dragon is too dangerous. He tries to assure all the residents of the city that everything will be fine. The reinforcement will come from the palace, and then everyone will be safe again. However, residents of the city do not listen to him and ask what they do until they have rescue. Since the danger has not yet passed and the journey may take a whole week, people suggest to evacuate. However, the owners of the shops oppose because if they are left without buyers for even a few days, their goods will disappear. Residents of the city begin to quarrel, and Luke realizes that they can argue for hours. He lives in Green Hollow, so he does not want other shops to be injured or that people become hostile to each other. He dared to what he did not want to do at all. He calls everyone loudly to pay attention to him. He says that for 15 years he has been a hassle of adventure, although his rank has not been increased. During this time, he met many people and will now try to contact them. He calls heroes such as Dustin from 2 prisons, Swarms of Predatory Prairies, Travis from the Corblinka Combe, and Theodore Beaufort, nicknamed Dragonoborer. He tells the adventure seekers that they are already familiar with these names. Sylvia asks Merito with surprise who they are, in response, and explains that they are elite adventurers of the rank of A. Over the past 15 years, Luke has met many people who treated him from above, but he has also found real friends. The Duke says that the first thing they will do here will help beginners. He advises the adventurers not to miss the chance to get acquainted with experienced adventurers and see with their own eyes how they do their work. The Hatch explained to Morat that she would need to rely on adventurers before the reinforcement arrives to monitor the 5th level of the dungeon. He wondered if the head of the guild had already spoke about it. Morita decides to adjust to the situation and says that the head of the guild told her. Luke adds that he probably promised to get acquainted with experienced adventure seekers of the one who will take the initiative and take up the case. Hearing these words, many adventure seekers returned to Morita and began to say that they wanted to join the task. The Hatch sighed with relief, watching it. He sits on the nearest chair, and Sylvia approaches him with a glass and says with a smile that he probably is very tired. He thanks her, and she wonders and asks whether everything was fine with him. He has not seen it. The Hatch drinks some water and asks if it is really noticeable. He confesses that he would like to avoid asking for help from those adventurers if possible. Sylvia is interested in asking why he does not want it. He explains what it means to hope for the help of acquaintances who are lucky in their lives. Since he has always been a failure, they probably perceive it as a problem that still pursues them to their memories. Sylvia looks carefully at him and says that despite all, they really need him. She says that he may seem like his actions are insignificant, but in fact they are very important and weigh a lot to them. That is why he should not consider himself a failure. He should be proud of himself because everyone in the city is loved. The Hatch thought and confessed that he was now feeling in a dead end because he decided to pause in his adventures and opened a weapon shop. However, it seems to him that he will not be able to fight further until the shadows of the past leave him. But at the same time, he is not ready to completely give up adventures. He realizes that he should choose one thing, and Sylvia convinces him that he cannot rush. She says the Green Valley has long been a place where people with a heavy heart are drawn. Of course, their problems do not disappear suddenly because they do not give ready decisions and do not suggest which way to choose. At the same time, Sylvia says that many people come here and then they are happy to return home. The Hatch says it is exactly some magic, but Sylvia confidently denies it is not magic at all. It adds that when you can't move forward, you just have to stop. She smiles and says that he will be able to see everything otherwise, on the other hand, and may find the answer. The Hatch thanked Sylvia, saying that her smile was lifting his mood. He thought that he probably had to take a break. Suddenly, someone called him. He was approached by several adventure seekers and thanked for his help. The shop owner himself acknowledged that he could not stand aside because he was very afraid of his poor bench. After that, a whole crowd of adventure seekers suddenly approaches him and asks for those adventures of rank and whom he mentioned earlier. Sylvia laughs and says that the Hatch is very popular. He only asks everyone to calm down a little. Luke realizes that now is not time to delve into difficult reflections. He is now ready to do everything for the Green Grove and its inhabitants. Seeing how many people gathered in the store in the morning, Sylvia notes in surprise that she did not expect so many visitors. Even after recent events in a guild, when many people have announced, she did not think that so many people would come to buy weapons. Together with Sylvia, the Sakura Hatch is inspired in the store. When the Hatch pulls another box, he apologizes to Sakura because he asked her to help. But Sakura just smiles and replies that everything is well and asks not to hesitate to turn to them for help. The Hatch realizes that this work is too heavy even when all three try their best. He is well aware that if nothing changes and the pace remains as slow, their store can quickly go bankrupt. The Hatch was about to put a box that he held in his hands on one of the shelves. Suddenly, a familiar voice came behind him. He was an old friend who greeted Luke and said he had heard about his success in a new business. Turning, Luke sees a person who did not expect to meet here. Garnet stood on the threshold of the store, as always in her combat armor, and on her head she had a helmet that completely hid her face. Luke annoyingly says she is on vacation now, and he has no time to talk to her. The girl is outraged that she also has no free time. Felix just let her go home for a day because he did not want to risk the commander's relative, and now she came to the Hatch to complain. Looking at Garnet, Luke asks if she is healthy and feels. Garnet assures him that she fully recovered. Immediately afterwards, he tells her that in this case she can help. He sharply puts a large box in her hands and asks to spread everything on one of the shelves. Garnet, confused and dissatisfied, almost automatically takes the box, wondering aloud, because it seems that it weighs the whole ton. She is surprised that she is forced to work. Luke explains that they lack people. The sooner they serve all visitors, the faster they can talk. Sakura confirms the words of the hatch. She explains Garnet that the hatch cannot take a break at all. To prove this, she asks to look at the long queue of buyers at the counter, who at that moment served Sylvia. In the end, Garnet agrees to help. After that, the hatch tells her that when she finishes with this box, she will take up others. Sakura joyfully asks the girl to help her later. When Garnet is finally released from the work that the hatch was entrusted, she asks angrily if he can still join the union. After a while, Silver thanks the Garnet for the help that he came to the rescue. Today, the store needed another man. Without him, they would hardly cope with such a heavy load. The hatch does not understand what the man is about. Before he has time to slap something, he is approached by a Garnet and strongly pushes his elbow into his stomach. The hatch understands everything without unnecessary words. He immediately guesses which topics are best not touched. So he says Sylvia that she expressed everything right. Finally, when the work has become much smaller, Sylvia is offered a short break. She assures Luke that she will handle everything left with Sakura. Noticing her confidence, the hatch agrees. After that, the hatch returns to Garnet and says that he finally has a free minute so they can talk. That is what she came. Garnet rejoices in this, although irritation is heard in her voice because of a long expectation. After that, Garnet finally removes her helmet. Her cheeks are covered with a light blush, and droplets of sweat flow on the face. Garnet complains about the heat, and here the hatch recalls that he completely forgot about it for a moment. Luke is the only one knows that a woman is really a woman. He remembers the moment when he almost forgot, and because of this, he becomes embarrassing. Luke sees the harvest removes the upper part of his armor, and it is completely confusing it. He closes his eyes shyly and asks why she did not dress before you go. Garnet replies that she was not going to dress, but wants him to look at something. After these words, she takes a thin fabric of her t-shirt and breaks it, placing a small area of breasts directly before a confused hatch. The hatch looks at this open body with confusion and says he sees nothing there. He asks for a quone whether he suddenly was mistaken while recovering her body. But she replies that, on the contrary, he has done his work perfectly, and that is what her trouble has. These words are noticeably surprised by the hatch. Luke was very surprised when Garnet asked him to return her labels, which he erased with her skill. At first, Luke thought that she was talking about the wounds that left the dragon, but quickly understood. It was unlikely to be those deep damage, because she would hardly want to get such a serious injury again. Garnet told that even before the attack of the dragon she had scars on her chest, but seemed to have disappeared their abilities. That is why she wanted to find out if he could turn them back. The hatch explained in response that he needs to find out something, and in theory it is possible, although he is not quite sure. Hearing that he may be able to turn her scars, Garnet immediately approaches the embarrassed guy, and politely, but hardly asks to try it on her. Its appearance can be seen that it is very serious. Seeing how sincerely his girl asks for it, the hatch turns away not to look at her, and says that he has not left nothing. He suggests that it is probably a sign of bravery or something like that. At first, she does not understand what he and then agree. Seeing how the girlfriend reacted, the hatch realizes that Garnet probably does not want to talk about it. Therefore, he asks if she is ready to try, and asks to imagine the moment when she was injured and focused. The hatch tells her that his ability to repair allows you to restore things using the memories of the objects themselves. Therefore, he asks for Garnet, if possible, to recall in his head the memories that led to this wound, so that he may have more likely to correct everything. The hatch says he starts. He carefully puts his palm on the girl's chest, just where the label should be. The pomegranate closes her eyes and focuses hard as she was commanded. Suddenly, Luke sees a vision in front of him. Everything around flashes a bright flame. The woman runs quickly, breathing in fatigue and fear. She holds a little girl firmly and leads her forward, trying to escape from the greedy fire that gripped everything around. Suddenly, the column falls before them, blocking the path further. Suddenly, the girl notices a stranger in front of her. His face is hidden with a flame shadow, and only hands are visible that firmly squeeze a sword with a sharp blade. The girl looks at the man with the sword and fades with fear. In the next moment, the girl sees her mother leans and hugs her daughter, pressing against herself. Suddenly, the girl notices a man behind her mother, and he puts a sharp dagger in her back. He touches the girl slightly, and she is frightened. With tears in her eyes, calls her mother, and red spots of blood appear on her dress. After all the hatch, he slowly opens his eyes and sees a familiar room and pomegranate again. A small scar appeared on the girl's chest, just below the clavicle. The hatch says he seems to have come out. Garnet looks at his chest and sees a scar that appeared. She smiles widely. He gladly says that the hatch did everything right, because the scar looked the same as before to disappear. But the hatch looks alarmed, not for joy. He thought that he had just seen for the vision. The hatch decides that this is probably a kind of side analysis effect that helped him see memories. So a man in his memoirs was his mother. In the meantime, Garnet says she was reminded of something. Garnet approaches the hatch and says he has a message from Felix. She tells that they have already decided how to do it and passes Felix. After closing the store, the hatch should come to the guild. The hatch is very surprised by such a request. The hatch sighs a little and says, Garnet, that she had to start a conversation with it. But Garnet replies to him in the same tone. They say, it is not important, the main thing. Still said. She adds that she remembered something more. Luke is looking forward to what she still wants to tell him. Garnet puts on his armor and holds the helmet in his hands. Unexpectedly for the hatch, she sincerely thanks him for his help, smiling happily. The hatch was pleasantly surprised by such words, because she thought that she would argue that he had intervened in her case. But the main thing, Garnet is happy. The next day, Luke, as Garnet said, came to the guild at the invitation of Felix. There he is met and carried out to Felix and his escort. The hatch goes into the room and asks Felix why he called him. In response, Felix apologizes for worrying a hatch. Luke said that Garnet conveyed to him the main opinion. The royal palace made a decision in less than 3 days. Felix specified that in fact the palace made a decision in 1 day. Luke wondered what that means. But instead of answering, Felix just puts a letter on the table in an envelope and extends it. The envelope shows an imprint of a wax seal with the coat of arms of the royal palace. Luke notices the coat of arms of the royal palace on the envelope and is wondering why he is here. Felix is responsible that in a week the king himself must make a decision, and this document is contained in the letter. The hatch suddenly begins to be nervous because he clearly did not expect such a turn. Although he knew that the mithril or making weapons and armor requires the king's resolution, Luke did not even think that he would have to appear in person's audience. Felix, meanwhile, says he has to add something else. Suddenly, Felix becomes very serious and reports Luke that His Majesty has urgently instructed him an important task. The hatch is considering the drawings that Felix handed over to him. The picture shows a sword whose blade is stuck in a stone. There is another stone behind the sword with mysterious inscriptions. The hatch looked at the drawing and understood. His Majesty wants him to make a sword that no one will be able to extract from the pedestal. Such an unusual task upset him because, in his opinion, it was completely absurd, and to give him immediately after calling the king he did not like it. He is even a little ridiculous because all these complex and meaningless things are caught on him at the same time. However, Luke perceives this work simply as a small, distracted moment. At that time, the hatch was outside and sat on a small stump. It was at this moment that Garnet landed behind him, and it was quite close. The hatch did not show any reaction from the outside, but his body trembled strongly from unexpected fear. The hatch says Garnet, who understands, to protect him, perhaps a boring business, but still asks her at least not to destroy his store. Garnet stands side by side. Like a few weeks before hearing, members of the Order of Silver Wings were wrapped in turn. Garnet is dissatisfied that if you sit constantly, you can weaken. Sakura apologizes to Luke and says she offered to help her with workouts. Garnet leans and interested considers the drawing of the word that the hatch received. He understands that the presence of these two in no way affects his day. The hatch is a little embarrassed when the girl comes so close and agrees with her words. He says he really starts working on this order. The hatch knows well. When she is nearby, he always gets very noisy. Garnet asks, as he was able to do something like that. Sakura, a little blushing after the workout, also wants to know about it, because according to the rules, the sword cannot be removed from the pedestal. The hatch replies that it can simply connect the pedestal with a blade. He decides to show girls how to perform the task, using a stone, for example. It inserts the blade into a stone, spreads both objects into pieces, and then connects them together into a new blade. So he gets a sword, which is not reached. Sakura tries to extract the sword, but she does not work. The blade seemed to have grown to place. Garnet is surprised that the repair skill can really do it with the subject. The hatch explains that he specially stopped the merger halfway, so the stone and the knife now become one. Garnet notes that few would dare to work before meeting with His Majesty, and asks whether the hatch is nervous. The hatch confesses that, of course, it is worried. But this is the kind of work that helps him get distracted and relax. Sakura turns to Luke and Garnet with interest, asking what their king really is. When she said it, Luke remembered that Sakura had come from the east and may have known almost nothing about the ruler of their country. Garnet says that over the past 20 years, King Alfred has united most of the Western lands, and his influence is still growing. This area is called Western Lands. But a few years ago, they united in the Kingdom of Western Lands. This put an end to the authorities of warring leaders, and most of the territories began to obey the king. Sakura realized that he was a winner from the civil war. Luke tells Sakura, smiling happy, that once their king was only a simple and humble ruler. These words are very surprising. She is admired by the fact that the usual adventure seeker was able to rise so high and become the ruler of the whole country. The hatch gives the words of a respectable leader of the time. Only the one who will get an artifact from a certain dungeon can become a ruler. He adds that, having fulfilled this condition, Alfred got a real right to go to the throne. Sakura turns to Grenades with delight and asks whether that is true, but he confirms that everything was so, adding that this story is quite known. Then the pomegranate asks Sakura to finally stop calling her a master. At first, Sakura wants to deny this proposal. But after that, she says with a smile she understood her. Garnet also smiles and notes that she suits her more. Then Garnet looks at the hatch and asks why he smiles so widely. Luke apologizes and turns away, explaining that it is just a moment that makes you smile. Some time has passed, and here is the day of audience with the king. The hatch is brought to where His Majesty's retinue placed the camp. He stands near the tent, and you can see how much it worries. Suddenly, someone strongly pushes him in his back. Garnet tells him at least not to faint. Felix, with optimism, reassures that everything will be good, because Its Majesty is very good. After that, the hatch is carried out to the tent of the ruler. The hatch is injected into a large, spacious hall. There is a long table in the center, behind which many noble officials and nobles sit. On the very head of the table, opposite the entrance, is the king. He meets Luke with a friendly smile. Lucas enters the tent and sees King Alfred. Looking at him, he notices that the king does not look like a former adventure seeker, whom 50. In addition, Lucas seems to have met earlier. The king welcomes Lucas says he has come just in time, and offers a subordinate to take a break and suspend the meeting for a short time. The Hatch is surprised to look when the halls come out, but the king himself. Now the Hatch is left alone with his majesty. He does not understand whether these people really know about him, that they do not even consider it necessary to leave security. The king turns to him. Alfred smiles kindly and invites the guy to sit anywhere where there is a free place. He reassures him, saying that you should not worry about those who were sitting here before. The Hatch tries to behave as politely as possible. The Bow has long chosen where to go, because there were many vacancies in the hall. He reflected whether he was at all near the king at all. In the end, the Bow decided to settle in the farthest corner of the table, as far as possible from his majesty. Suddenly, the king suddenly rose and moved. Now he was sitting directly in front of Luke. He asks Luke how they could talk if he was sitting so far. Understanding his mistake, the Hatch is even more worried and begins to be afraid that his majesty is now dissatisfied. The king calmly informed Luke that he was removed from him all the suspicions. He was officially found innocent in the attack on the hero of the Falcon and the illegal trade of the metal. In addition, he mentioned that through the trial, Luke probably got into difficult circumstances. However, Luke is in a hurry to assure his majesty that everything is not true, and sincerely rejoices that all the accusations from him are officially removed. After these words, Alfred decides to go to the main conversation. He says that the hero Falcon ignored the direct order of the palace and attacked the Dark Fortress. Due to such irresponsible and unauthorized behavior of the hero, a large-scale conflict with the Dark Kingdom is now inevitable. The king also tells Luke that now in the palace of the Dark King is actively increasing the security. Therefore, the only way out for them is to send the army to quench the forces of the Dark King. Lucas is well aware that in the current situation, it will not be possible to avoid wars. However, he still does not rest something, so he decides to ask His Majesty one question. The Hatch asked the king why he tells him all. In response, the king explained that they plan to build a military outpost in the sun. This outpost will be the basis for the adventurers who explore the area, as well as an office for the order. The Hatch understands what the king leads to. His Majesty asks for his help. Alfred wants the Hatch to explore the door leading to the lower level. They will create new mechanisms to improve their tools and will have many questions to the Hatch. The king promises that the Hatch will receive a generous reward. The Hatch looks surprised, but there is no joy on his face. The king thoughtfully says that he was not waiting for such a reaction. He was sure that an interesting job would please Luke more than a big monetary reward. The Duke smiles a little awkwardly and says he thinks this work is too heavy for one person. He is not sure that he will be able to cope with this task, although he realizes that it will give many advantages. Alfred replies that in any case, no one is forcing him. After that, he takes several sheets and asks at least to look at the plan and say his opinion about what they are about to do. The Hatch agrees to review the proposed. When the Hatch revised the plan, he noticed that for safety during construction, the sunny forest would have to be closed for almost 3 months. He knows that the life of everyone in Green Hollow depends on this forest, and if it is closed even for a short time, people will be left without means of existence. The Hatch immediately rises from his place and expresses his discontent. He claims that if done, residents of the city simply will not withstand it. Alfred replies that he was waiting for this reaction because he had the same fears. Alfred calmly reports that the Order of Gold Fails intends to leave the garrison on the base. They assure that when the base is prepared, they will be able to intercept the troops of the Dark King and any monsters that will appear. Although the Hatch is not satisfied with the situation, he is well aware that without taking into account the economic component of the city, this plan is really a safer option. Seeing the Hatch is worried, Alfred calms him down and says he is always ready to listen to any ideas that can improve their plan. Since the king himself turned to the Hatch for advice, he decides to take this opportunity. The Hatch says that it may be wrong, but such a plan will take too long, and it is pointless to protect citizens if it deprives them of their earnings. Lucas, having thought a little, shares with His Majesty his idea to change this plan. He says that using only his repair skill can significantly reduce the construction time of the base. The king was obviously interested in the suggestion of Luke, and a smile appeared on the face of Alfred. He turns to the Hatch with interest, asking how he plans to do so. The Hatch says that it is necessary to disassemble buildings in neighboring towns and settlements, remove the fragments to the sun, and restore them there. In general, he will only need half the debris from each house, and everything he will miss he will get from the storage facility in the dungeon. It will be stone and trees. Hanka's plan sincerely approved His Majesty himself, calling him very interesting. He added that only a person with such a rare talent could invent something like that. Luke notes that the only problem in his plan is a magic stone, because almost all his strength is spent on the restoration of one structure. However, the king assures Tom that he does not worry about it, and promises that he will gladly give him as many mana crystals as he needed. The king reports Luke that his cunning plan is ready for implementation, so it's time to return to business. He asks the Hatch to be near, not be afraid to argue with officials and aristocrats. The Hatch agrees, although it is evident that he is worried. When officials and noble people heard about the idea with a Hatch, they really liked that the materials could be used again. They agreed that this would help complete the construction at no unnecessary expense, and showed great interest in this proposal. But one of them noted that there is another problem left. It is the passage that leads to the Dark Fortress. The Hatch sighs with relief when she realizes that everyone liked this idea. However, there is another problem. The king turns to Gilbert, a representative of the Order of Golden Furs, and is interested in his opinion on this plan. Gilbert thought a little and expressed his opinion in a calm voice. He said the idea is quite good. However, he immediately added that I would like to add 2 wishes from the Order. The first is to use the wreckage from the separation of their detachment in the Fen Fort. After these words, Gilbert announces that the second desire of the Order will be to create another base for their activity in a certain place. Gilbert gets out of its place. He approaches the map near which the Hatch just stood and told his idea. The man shows a certain place and says that they want to equip the second base near the hole from which the dragon came out, just on the ground of the Dark King. Gilbert casts a look at the Hatch and says that a truly large-scale operation is waiting for them. However, he adds that Hatch skills should be enough for this task. Gilbert remained the only one whose consent was still needed to realize the plan. Luke approaches him, welcome, and assures that he is ready to implement the plan. He answers with all confidence, although the voice is still heard excitement. After that, Gilbert says that he then fully supports their plan. Having said this, he returns to his place. The Hatch sincerely thanks him and asks all those present, or they agree to make sure that everyone is taken into account. The king gladly announces that the decision has already been made and reports Luke a pleasant news. As an additional award for his work, after the construction of both bases, he will give him an official license for the processing of mithril. The king also adds that he has high hopes on the Hatch. From these words, the Hatch does not restrain smiles. After this decision is made, the meeting is officially completed. All officials and nobles slowly leave the hall, leaving the Hatch and the king himself. Luke rises from her place, having rejoiced that everything is over, but suddenly, the ruler appeals to him to stay for a short time. The Hatch approaches Alfred and politely asks what His Majesty can help. Alfred smiles quietly in response and says he just wanted to talk, as if letting know that he was not going to talk about something serious. A little earlier, Alfred turned to him in his house, and now he said with a smile that he had not heard the name of the White Wolf from the border for a long time. Luke is surprised how simple and kind the king talks to him. Alfred tells Luke that he once visited the hollow of the White Wolf, or rather the village near him. Then he stopped there at night before testing to the rise to the throne. Alfred also shares that, together with the detachment comrades, they have sincerely talked that night, so the place has left many pleasant memories in it. The Hatch is silent for a moment, and then he dare to ask the king the question. He is interested in Alfred, why he decided to complete his adventures and become a king. The Hatch adds that he does not want to seem impolite. Alfred replies to this that it does not offend it, but asks Luke not to tell anyone about this conversation. After that, he confesses that he really just fell in love. The Hatch is asked again, in surprise, because he did not expect such an answer at all. Alfred says that he met his queen when they were both young and traveled to the world as adventurers. The Hatch was a little surprised when the king said they were both of adventure seekers. He did not expect that the queen was also an adventurer in the past. Alfred added that everything was really that way, but then he was too naive and did not even know who she really was. The king says that after their meeting they traveled together. Over time, both he and the queen realized that they feel sympathy for each other. Alfred asks Luke to remind him of what conditions to fulfill to inherit the throne of this country. The Hatch replies that you need to pass the dungeon and get an artifact. The king agrees that the Hatch says correctly, but adds another condition. Mary, which is a princess, should become part of the royal family. The Hatch is surprised, because for the first time he hears about such an additional requirement. He says that the princess was strong, unwavering. She decided that if you need to choose a man, then she will cope with this task. Therefore, she became a traveler. The Hatch listens carefully, not believing that ever can find out such details about the queen. However, the king continues his story and says that when all the conditions for climbing the throne were officially announced, the princess was returned to the palace. It was then that Alfred learned about her true position. Upon learning of this, he could no longer choose another way but be it to become her king. Luke realizes that this man decided to become a king for the sake of a woman who loves. The king told that is why he took a detachment with him and went to test. That night, while in the White Wolf's logo, he felt a lot of tension. To calm down a little, he remembered the adventures he experienced with his son of old age of that village. Once Alfred remembers the son of old age, the Hatch suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he understood something at this moment. The king continues to tell how the boy always listened carefully to him, without being burning from the curiosity of his eyes. He tells how he found himself on the island in the middle of the underground sea, and that island was a huge turtle. He also remembers how he was able to deal with a whole pack of dragons. Now he is trying to remember another interesting story. Suddenly, Luke tells Alfred that he shared the story with that child, as he stole the charming tiara directly from under the nose of the king of the undead. The king remembers this story and agrees that she is really interesting, but suddenly it comes to him that there is only one reason why Luke could know this story. In addition to Sylvia and Sakura, no one knew what Luke's life was before he found himself in the Green Valley. He did not tell anyone about 20 years when he listened to the fables of travelers who visited his village. It was their amazing adventures once that inspired Luke to dream of becoming an adventure seeker. The Hatch asks the king how he now treats his adventure years. The king replies that some people think that if he sought to become a king from the beginning, the western lands could be united 10 years ago. However, the king frankly says Luke that such thoughts seem meaningless to him. He tells that in all years of his adventures and travel, performing various tasks, he has suffered both defeats and victories. It is this experience that made him who he is now. After all, if he did not have such trials, he is sure, 12 years ago, he would have died in battle. After that, Alfred decides to share another secret with the Hatch, warning that it should remain between them. He confesses that he sometimes thinks to renounce the throne and go on a journey again. The Hatch is very surprising, but every time His Majesty was about to leave, something was happening that convinced him to stay, because he was really needed here. In the end, he stopped thinking about leaving. Luke notes that is why he remains, because without him. It is right now as a king. At the same time, he is called for adventures. He thanks fate for his success. Thanks to this, he realized where his real place. He is interested in a hatch, whether someone has told him earlier. As soon as he heard these words, Luke immediately remembered Sylvia. In his memory, she appeared with a warm smile and said they needed them. As soon as the hatch thinks about where he is most needed, thoughts about his weapons shop, Green Hollow, Sylvia, Sakura, and other friends immediately appear in his head. After this conversation, Alfred, as if summing up, asks the hatch whether it helped to dispel all his doubts. But the hatch replies that it really was the opposite. It has only increased. He says he now understands that every road can lead to something wonderful, and therefore choosing will become even more difficult. Alfred laughs, says that Luke has a real choice, and advises you to forget about all the anxieties, jokingly calling him the son of old age. The hatch closes the store and says that he has already packed everything, so now he can go quietly. He is about to go when Sylvia suddenly runs to him. The hatch asks in surprise why she is so early here. It turns out that Sylvia learned that today he has a special task and came to say goodbye to him. Sylvia walks through the forest with Luke and tells the road that he still cannot believe. In the sunny forest will build a real military pledge. She recalls that, if not mistaken, this place will be called Danutor It Hollow. The hatch in response is surprised that he has received an invitation to help with construction. The outpost will be built in large underground space on the 5th level of the dungeon, which Noir said. It will be an advanced base for early protection against the army of the Dark King. The plan is to surround the passage through which Noir and the dragon came, as well as to expose roadblocks in the Green Depression and the area of the Dark Fortress. Until the base falls, no one but their allies can pass through these points. The hatch says that when the pillars are installed, they will almost completely protect the Green Valley. He assures that he will do everything in his power for the city. Sylvia is a little surprised, noticing the hatch smiles. Then a soft smile also appears on her face, and she notes that he looks happier today than usual. She notices that today he looks more cheerful. He smiles and says, "Maybe." He then asks in Sylvia whether she remembers how he told her why he decided to become an adventure seeker. Luke tells her that he recently managed to meet one of the adventurers who once inspired him. He also says that this man is now doing incredible things. The hatch with a smile confesses that he decided to become an adventure seeker because of his admiration, so he should keep the bar and not swear in vain. Sylvia understands everything. She wants to say something, but the hatch suddenly notices the notes of anxiety, and maybe the sadness, in the voice of a girlfriend. Sylvia, with a sad smile, says that he probably wants to become an adventurer again and leave the city, perhaps even with this man. She asks Luke to confirm whether she guesses. Seeing her reaction, he says that that man stopped participating in adventures. The reason was not that he was tired or completed his business. He just met the person who really needed him and realized that his place was now near her. But Luke notes that his happiness was visible to the naked eye, even when there was no adventure in his life. Luke rejoices from the fact that he has found another rice that can be admired. Sylvia relaxes significantly after the words of a girlfriend. Her smile becomes sincere and joyful again. She tells Luke that this former adventure seeker should be a truly wonderful person. The hatch confidently agrees with this. King Alfred has chosen the path of the ruler, and now there are 2 ways before the hatch. But the hatch honestly confesses, deep in the soul, part of him still seeks adventure. Sylvia is upset again, wants to say something, but the hatch does not allow her to do it. He looks at his store and says with confidence that the Green Duplin shopping center is just the place that suits him, perhaps even more than anywhere else. He says Sylvia that, in addition, he cannot close the store without thanking her and the city for their kindness. So far, he plans to stay here, so he hopes to continue to rely on her support. In the eyes of Sylvia, there is joy. She smiles and confidently promises to do everything in her power. A few days later, the hatch, along with Sakura, came to the same place where there was a second base. He noted that everything seemed to have changed here again. He says work on the forest base has already been completed. Today it will begin construction of an underground base. Sakura notes that they move in the right direction. Their task today is to explore and ensure the safety of the Dark Fortress. Hearing what she calls this place Dark Fortress, Luke says that they are used to calling him an underground zone, and even the word makes him feel ants on the skin. Sakura smiles and assures that he is quickly accustomed. She offers finally to go down. At the entrance, they are stopped by the security guard and asks to show the passes. Sakura is surprised why this hole did not make a door with a mechanism. Luke explains that the royal honor could not turn it out, so he was asked to split the door. He says the king stated, "No one will be able to go freely here. Therefore, it is better to destroy everything." Sakura calls him a bold ruler. The hatch asks Sakura if she was here for the first time. She confirms and thinks with interest that it is at a place. Luke explains that this is his first visit here after he destroyed the door. Sakura replies that it is really impressive. Sakura and Hatch are stepping together with a dark corridor. Finally, they get into a huge cave. It is so spacious and tall that the ceiling is lost in the dark. The rocks are cracking here, and hundreds of sharp and long bayonets stick out from the ground. Sakura is surprised to say that she did not even imagine that there could be such a huge place underground. Luke explains to her that many dungeons really have grottos and caves, but such large ones are infrequent. Sakura walks through the cave, looks closely at the cave, and says that she had heard dragons once in these parts. But in her opinion, this cave is not like it at all. The Hatch agrees with her and adds that it is just one of the reasons. He shows a large, dark crystal standing on a low pedestal. He tells that it is a giant protective stone. There are 4 such stones in the cave, one in each corner of fortification. It is because of these stones that dragons cannot get closer to the base, so everyone here is in full safety. Sakura lifts his gaze on the crystal and says that he also drives out magical creatures. She confesses what she sees this for the first time. The Hatch explains that such things can only create the strongest alchemists, so they are rarely used, usually only to indicate the place. Luke replied that this was only one of the reasons, so she wondered what the other. At that moment, a large shadow appears behind her back, which is rapidly approaching the ground. Finally, a huge monster lands behind her. A young man with long blonde hair appears behind Sakura. He is dressed in exquisite clothes that exactly seems to be a true aristocrat, and on his face he has a charming smile. The young man apologizes for his sudden appearance, explaining that the dragon was a little restless, so he overdone a little. But Sakura reassures him and says that everything is fine. Sakura approaches the Hatch and says that it is probably this young man who is the second reason why there is no dragon here at all. The Hatch has confirmed that she guessed. Luke tells that this is Theodore Beaufort, a dragon hunter. He was born in an aristocratic family, but chose the adventurer's way for battles with dragons because it was his greatest passion. Sakura realizes that he is one of those adventurers of rank A whom Luke called for help and mentioned in the guild. Luke says that when they traveled together, they had a very bad relationship. However, this adventurer, having learned about the appearance of dragons, immediately arrived. Sakura looks sadly at his sword. She confesses that she admires a man who managed to defeat the dragon herself, because she was defeated when she tried to fight this monster. Sakura wants to become worthy of his weapon as soon as possible. When Sakura remembers his katana, Luke seems to remember something and asks if he can see how her sword changes. Sakura willingly agrees, adding that she wanted to talk to him about it. The Hatch uses the analysis skill, thinks a little, and then says that katana has not yet reached the desired level. He advises Sakura to give her a little more time. The Hatch quotes the sage from the east. A person who has to overcome 100 miles will take only half the way when he takes 90. He asks Sakura to be patient and strong, and these words relate to both herself and her katanas. Sakura listens carefully to his advice. However, he with a smile acknowledges that his words sound not very convincing. Sakura disagrees with this. She firmly decided to make her choice. She asks him to take care of her wakidashi. The hatch is a little confused because she does not quite understand what she means. Sakura says Luke that today she wants to train with katana today. At the same time, she assures Luke that she will not overload herself. Seeing her confidence, the hatch agrees. Luke agreed to look after him and wished her good luck. Sakura thanked him in response. She hoped that everything would go quietly and promised to pray for his happy destiny. Luke assures that everything will be fine with him because he is not going to die until he completes the case. Sakura hopes that it will be after graduation because so many people need their help. The hatch calls one of the carriers and asks to leave materials for repair at a certain place. The knight reminds him that it is not necessary to take the earth and stones around. The hatch understands that if it is broken, a weak psyche may not withstand. The magnifying glass decides not to waste time and takes the case, using the manat crystals that he received from the king. He asks everyone to move away. As soon as the place is released, the magnifying glass activates its skill, and a huge building grows in this place. The knight looks at his work with delight, not believing that he was able to build such a huge structure in such a short time, using only the skill of repair. The hatch replies that all this is thanks to mana crystals. The knight invites him to go to the arsenal, but suddenly Luke hears some sound. Luke only wanted to draw attention to what he heard this night. But as soon as he turned, a bright explosion broke out before him. Everyone immediately paid attention to the place where something went. But there are thick smoke clubs from there, so nothing is visible. One of the guards asks the comrades that it could have been. They guess it is either an attack of demons or an explosive, so they are instantly alerted and urge each other to be vigilant. The thick smoke gradually dissipates, and the hatches carefully looked at the creature silhouette. He notices a long, thick tail covered with black scales and also wide, dark wings. But later, he realizes that he is actually a person. This man has grown dragon wings and a tail covered with dark, scaly plates. Some parts of his body were shrouded in dark growths, and his face was hidden under the mask. The knights realized that it was an enemy attack and decided to direct all the efforts to break through his magical shield. The hatch notices this shield and guesses that this is how he defended himself during the fall. Knights begin to shoot him with arrows, but this man stands motionless, suddenly sharply straightens his wings. A powerful stroke of the wing immediately stops all the arrows flying in its direction. Some arrows fly in different directions. Knights closely watch for everything that is happening and are already preparing to charge their bows and crossbows with new arrows to release hail again. But suddenly the guy squeezes his fist and it flashes fire. The guy waved his hand, and at the same moment the little tongues of the flames turned into a powerful fiery stream. The fire completely obeyed his owner and ruthlessly covered the knights, forcing them to throw their weapons and leaving numerous traces on their armor. The hatch looks at it. He sincerely does not understand who this man, who prevails all knights and strength and skill. Luke even doubts that Felix or Sakura will be able to defeat him. Suddenly, one of the knights turns to the hatch, asking him to go immediately. The knight calls the hatch to hurry and shows him where to go, as if he wants to spend him in a safer place. However, these actions did not go unnoticed. The dragon immediately paid attention to the hatch. Suddenly, the young man stops attacking knights and turns back to them. He begins to straighten his wings, and in a moment he pushes off the ground and quickly flies in the opposite direction. Those knights remaining on the battlefield are ordered to prepare the second detachment. This man suddenly, without any warning, was quite close, almost close behind the hatch's back. The hatch was frozen with surprise and fear. His body seemed to be fossilized by shock. The hatch lifted his eyes and looked at the bottom of the gorge. He realized that he should be, Fell here when the guy attacked him. Now he needs to restore his body. Luke thought, who is this stranger, and how did he happen that he immediately attacked him? The Hatch rose to his feet and suddenly noticed that something had disappeared from his belt. He realized that he had lost Vikidza's, who gave him Sakura. Most likely, the sword fell during the fall. Searching nearby, Luke finds him nearby. The Hatch leans and raises the Vikuzas. He understands that under no circumstances can it be lost. Sakura trusted him with this sword, so he holds him especially firmly. Suddenly, a deaf ring sounded nearby, as if something heavy suddenly fell on the bottom of the gorge. The Hatch is hiding behind a stone and notices that a dragon warrior is still looking for him. He understands that it is bad. In the battle to defeat the opponent, he could not. And even if you try to break through, it will not be able to escape far. Lucas put his hand to one of many high stone walls around him and activated his skill, analysis. He understood that the troops of the Dark King were scattered throughout this mountain, so there must be a mine somewhere. He spent some time his hands on the wall in front of him, hiding from the enemy who was looking for him. Touching stone slabs, he suddenly felt one of the areas of the wall is different. It could mean that it was here that the secret passage was hidden. Finding the right place, Luke activated one of his skills, splitting to change the structure of the wall. Thanks to their forces, the Meadows managed to split the wall and make a fairly wide passage. The hole was dominated by a solid darkness, so he did not see what was waiting next. All these actions, of course, were not ignored by the dragon guy. But Luke was well aware that his actions would not go unnoticed. Therefore, at the same time, without even turning to the enemy, he quickly jumped into the aisle, holding in his left hand Vokizashi, whom he trusted the most. Seeing this, the dragon immediately extends his hand to the Hatch to attack, but the Hatch only has time to jump inside, turn around, and closes the hole, activating the restorative ability to make the wall again whole. Lucas notes with relief that he was able to slip out of danger. After that, he confidently rises to his feet and looks carefully, exploring an unfamiliar place. The Hatch was in a corridor with smoothed walls and floors, as well as several columns. Strange lanterns hung on the walls. It seemed to him that this place was more like ancient ruins than the mine. Suddenly, he heard a knock behind himself. The knock on the wall, which was more likely to stroke as strong blows, became more annoying. The Hatch just returned from there. He realizes that the guy is trying to get to him, but he still does not understand why this guy follows him so stubbornly. In this situation, the Hatch has only 2 exits left. The first is to stay here and to repair the wall when it breaks, hoping that Theodore will come with others before the crystal will completely lose its strength. There is another way, to try to escape, moving down this unknown passage. The Hatch squeezes the crystal in the hand and realizes that he does not have time to delay, so he rushes to run the corridor forward. The Hatch realizes that he is too dangerous to stay still and wait. He does not know what his opponent is still capable of, so now the best he can do is increase the distance between them. The Hatch rises to the stairs leading to the end of the corridor and is confronted with a deaf wall. He decides to use his ability to analyze, hoping to find a hidden passage behind the wall. Suddenly, a loud sound is heard behind him. He rotates with horror, fearing that the guy had already found him. But in a moment, he feels how a sharp blade sharply enters his stomach. Before Luke stood a guy who was actually a dragon. A barely noticeable smile played on his face. Suddenly, he pierced the Hatch with a long sword right into the stomach. The sharp blade easily entered the body, and fresh blood immediately began to soak clothing, leaving dark spots. Before the Hatch has time to react to such a surprise, the guy partially pulls the sword from the body of the Hatch, and then, without hesitation for a moment, he will again push him back. The Hatch from his mouth slowly flows with blood, but he suddenly smiles, grabbing firmly for the blade, as if this enemy was trapped. The Hatch is well aware that it is most likely his only chance to attack such a strong enemy and hurt him. He squeezes a sharp sword in his hands and then instantly activates his ability to separate, going to disassemble the blade. Immediately afterwards, the Hatch quickly takes the wreckage of a disassembled sword and armor of the guy, using them as material. He activates the skill of repair, and at the same moment, a few small similar swords break through the boy's body in different places. The Hatch smiles victoriously, looking at his opponent, though he feels pain. He confesses that he did not even expect his idea to work so well. At that moment, the Hatch mentioned the strange task that he gave His Majesty. It was necessary to get a sword stuck in the stone. He also remembered the plan for creating a merger, which himself came up with it. Here's what happened to this sword. The Hatch resumed the sword that he was once wounded, used the armor of the attacker as a material, and again wounded it with the same weapon. However, this guy is not going to seem so easily. On the contrary, Luke's act was only more angry. Suddenly, it covers its body with a bright flame, which spreads quickly around. The Hatch, who stood completely near the burning flames, is frightened and confused, because he cannot understand how and why that guy does it all. He sees that such actions can easily set fire to everything around. Realizing that in this situation he has almost no choice, the Hatch gets a short knife from the belt. He recalls the words of Sakura about the rumors that red objects are fire and enhance their strength. Then it comes to him. He can also use the property of a red conductor, as Sakura showed. It can use this sword ability to absorb and redirect the flames that produces a dragon. The fire begins to come to life, wrapping the blade as if it were attracting something. The Hatch decides to take advantage of this moment and goes on the offensive. The Hatch is determined to defeat his opponent. He waved with a hot blade with a blade, aiming directly at the enemy's face, more precisely in his mask. As the blow came to the protected part of the armor, even such a powerful attack did not cause any harm. From a strong push, only a damaged piece of armor with a roar falls to the ground. The Hatch with fury realizes that the armor completely protects this guy. The young man stands on the Hatch and cancels the merger. Luke realizes that he did everything that was in his power, and if failed, he has no other choice. Moreover, he now needs to restore his own strength. But suddenly the young man opens his mouth and begins to speak, though with difficulties. He pronounces the Hatch name quietly, and it surprises him. Before, apparently, the mask prevented him from telling him. And he is even more surprised. Where does this guy know his name? The Hatch looks at the dragon-shaped guy, now when the mask is asleep from his face. Now you can see his familiar face. Although the appearance of the boy has changed a lot, the Hatch still recognized in him Falcon, his longtime partner and hero. Falcon efforts to say the name of the Hatch, looking at him. He holds his hand behind fresh wounds derived from blades. A lot of blood flows from the wounds. The Hatch looks at him, not believing that he stands in front of a real hero of Falcon. Still can't believe it. Surprised, Luke asks Falcon whether he really is. Luke remembers Falcon as a hero, but at the same time as a person who left him to die alone in a dangerous cave. He remembers the fake smiled boldly and said that the loss of such a failure that could only repair something would not be a great loss for them. He also knows that after all this, if you believe Noir-style stories, Falcon was captured by the Dark King Gainalf after an unsuccessful battle, in which the hero and his allies were defeated. Falcon looks at him with hatred and suddenly begins to shout at the Hatch, really angry. He pours insults at the guy and shouts, not understanding how he was able to survive after he was left. Falcon fiercely ignites even more, and his body flashes again with bright fire. The Hatch looks at the Falcon, around which the flames are burning even. He does not understand how the hero found him at all. However, Luke guesses that the Dark King, having captured Falcon, could somehow change it. Falcon takes a deep breath, filling the lungs with air. Then it exhales slowly, and a powerful stream of flames breaks out of his mouth, as if a real dragon is breathing with fire. The hatch sees with horror how a powerful flame jet flies rapidly on it. He realizes that he probably has to try to protect himself again. The hatch skews the sword and waves it in front of him to protect himself from the flow of flames. He manages to cut the fire with a blade. He understands that the situation is critical, because Falcon has always been strong, and now he has become even more powerful. Numerous burns appear on his face and hands. Suddenly, someone's hand extends to it. Before the hatch has something to do, Falcon beats him strongly on the nape of his neck. From this, the hatch falls to the ground. From the deep wound that Falcon has just caused, it begins to flow abundantly, painting the floor under the wounded. Falcon harshly and ruthlessly grabs the hatch for his hair, lifts it up, and looks into his eyes carefully. Falcon was waiting for pain and pity on his former ally. However, despite acute pain, the hatch smiles and even laughs. He smiles widely and says Tarlin, who understands perfectly, he would never work in his melee. Falcon became more angry. He arranged Luke a real bow, accusing him of everything that had happened and saying that he was guilty of everything. The hatch listened carefully to him and then asked to stop at least for a minute. The bow with a smile asks Falcon not to joke like that. Smiling and calling him a hero, Luke repeats the words of the former hero. He supposedly, just a sense of nothing is worth it, and constantly loses. The hatch smiles Falcon and says that it is he who is better to understand it. Such words and behavior lead Falcon into rage. He with anger orders the hatch to silence immediately. Falcon shouting at the hatch with genuine hatred, accusing him of all this happened only because he constantly hid his true strength. Hearing this, the hatch opens the eyes wide with surprise. Luke looks at Falcon in surprise because he does not quite understand what the former hero meant, saying that he hid his true power all this time. But when it comes to the meaning of heard, a quiet funny breaks from his mouth. After that, he begins to laugh out loud, holding his stomach because he cannot stop. In response, Falcon squeezes his hair even more, forcing him to throw his head back, and with hatred and surprise, he asks Luke why he laughs at all. After that, the hatch stops laughing, but the smile is still glowing on his face. Falcon is just waiting for the answer. Luke realizes that Falcon does not really know the truth, but he is still entertaining these meaningless and hasty guesses. The hatch with trembling hands squeezes its crystal and grabs a short sword harder. He confesses Falcon that he has never hidden anything from others. Everything that was a little more skill, nothing more. The hatch is well aware that Falcon, most likely, attacked him by order of the Dark King. But when he fulfilled his mission, he met Luke and forgot about everyone else. Now Falcon is simply angry at the hatch because he got out of the dungeon whole and unharmed. All this insult and anger arose because of misunderstanding, and this was the reason why Falcon was chasing after him. The hatch squeezes the crystal in his hand and says, Falcon, that all his new skills, heal wounds and destroy the walls, he received only after he was thrown in these dangerous caves. Luke tells the former hero that he once had to fight for his life, again and again. He did not stop, no matter how difficult it was. In the end, he realized that he could do what he could not. He looks strongly at Falcon and says he no longer has any secrets from his former team. Falcon opens his eyes and cannot believe heard. After that, Falcon begins to remember all the events of the day he lost to the Dark King. He remembers how Julius began to defense, risking his own life. He also remembers the Form and Noir, who were also brutally overcome in the battle. A cold drop of sweat rolls on the face of the Falcon. The hatch continues that if they all went deep into the cave, then he would probably find himself in the same trap as they would, and would also become captive. Then the hatch asks Falcon whether he realized what he was in mind. The former hero angrily requires the hatch to silence, and his whole body begins to tremble. Luke confidently says Falcon that all the troubles are to blame himself and that he himself destroyed his life. His words are only more angry with Falcon, and he angrily requires a hatch to silence because he cannot stand the truth. Falcon swings again, trying to hit the hatch on the head, but the hatch squeezes his crystal in his hand and at the last moment activates his ability. After that, the floor on which Falcon stood and the hatch was suddenly covered with a thick grid of cracks. In a moment, she collapsed under them, flying into large pieces. While they were talking, the hatch carefully explored the surface and found some cavity under a layer of stone. Without wasting time, he used these a few seconds, while everyone hung in the air, activated the merger skill and inserted a short blade. Using the merger force, the hatch firmly presses the short blade into the stone wall so that it can withstand its weight and does not break. The hatch holds the best of the hand because it is his only chance to escape. It holds firmly, unlike a falcon that falls down. Falcon fades with anger, hating Luke for he cheated on him. Falcon tries to wave his wings to climb up, but suddenly his wings begin to bleed, causing him severe pain. Falcon's face appears fear when he realizes that he is constantly falling into a deep, dark abyss and can no longer take off. Suddenly, the image of Julia flashes in his memory. She smiles brightly with him, and his heart shrinks even harder. Before falling into the abyss, Talus finally finds the strength to shout the name of Julia, as if he wants to see her last in this moment despair. The hatch looks at him with complete indifference. There is no trace of compassion on his face. After that, the last desperate cry reigned. Falcon's body finally falls down. It is wrapped in darkness and tension. The hatch looks down and notices in the darkness that somewhere below is probably an underground lake. Lucas lowers his eyes and finally apologizes to the former hero, recognizing that now it seems that his turn has come to leave him behind. After that, the hatch, having collected the last forces, is selected from the pit. He manages to get out, grabbing his hands. Then he falls strangely on his back, finally feeling all the fatigue. The hatch sincerely rejoices that it is all behind. Again, the half-living lies at the bottom of the dungeon, but this time everything was different. This time, Luke remembers many who are waiting for him. He imagines Sylvia, Sakura, and Garnet, who smile wide and warmly. The only thing he wants now is to see their happy faces once again. It has been a few days since the attack has occurred at the underground construction site. A small store stands quietly. Perhaps the Dark King became more careful after the defeat of the semi-tribal hero, since there has been no attack since then. The construction of Dowford Hollow has ended without any problems. The hero said it was wonderful. Sighing, he added that after cleaning, it was time to open a new place. A man approached the store and turned to a hero who was in the depths of the room, greeted him with Mr. Luke and smiling. He noted that they had not seen you for a long time. The hero returned and called Felix and another man. The child said that the members of the Order of the Golden Claws had already explained to her everything. The hero almost died in battle with an extremely strong enemy, isn't it? He exclaimed to the quilt that does not change. Felix immediately warned the harvest from rude and then turned away with a dissatisfied look. Felix heard that the hero helped very much in the construction of the fort. He is sincerely grateful to him for this support. Smiling, Felix denied and said he just wanted to thank. Now they can make a living on a living. It was very pleased. In fact, he went to share the good news about his business. The hatch wondered how things are in his business. If Felix referred to his armory, he nodded and stretched out a letter, saying that it was for him. The hero asked what it was by unfolding a sheet. He was answered, "This is a license for the production of mithril ore, as well as its production and sale. The production should be engaged in the dungeon of the Millennial Passage to Hell, the path to which is led only through a secret opening in the sunny forest. The amount of mithril that can be extracted and treated on a monthly basis should not exceed the volumes set by the royal palace." Felix also added that, in addition, I am obliged to report the palace of all mithril and buyers. These are the conditions. This is exactly what the hero was waiting for. Of course, It will be easy for him to fulfill these requirements. Felix thanked me and said something else. The Order of Silver Wings has one personal request to the hero if the hatch does not deny. The hero wondered what this request was. Then Felix, pointing to Garnet, replied that he wanted to leave him next to the hero as a guardian and a ligament. The hero asked if he heard correctly and whether Felix was really going to leave Garnet here with him. Putting his hand on his chest, Felix said they learned. The Falcon's hero was in the hands of the Dark King. Garnet added that in the palace and among the top leadership of Golden Fangs, there is a real panic. They cannot believe that their favorite pet has become a dangerous monster. Felix continued to tell that their task was to investigate his disappearance. He was the only witness, so the safety of the hero was very important. Unfortunately, for the reasons that Felix explained, their order had to leave this city. The hero asked whether the order wanted Garnet to stay with him as a security guard, and Felix confirmed it. His identity as a knight will be hidden. Felix would be grateful if Mr. Luke had taken him to work as a common worker. The hero turned his head in surprise and said that, of course, he did not mind help. However, this situation worried him. He asked if the hero was convinced that he wanted to leave the Garnet, not to choose someone else's knight. Smiling, Felix replied that he understood everything. He advised the hero not to treat him somehow, especially because he was the brother of their commander. The hero muttered that he did not mean. Mr. Luke was more concerned about sex. At the point of view of Garnet, it was clear, another word from the hero, and he would do something. Felix asked the hero whether he was still worried about him. The hero only sighed and replied that he did not get anything. Going to Mr. Luke, Garnet said what it means. Everything was decided. He will stay here, wants that hero or not. The hero, with sarcasm, thanked him for asking his opinion. Garnet just spread with his hands. What else could he do? The order ordered a senseless check that would not give anything. The management simply made them see if the hero understands it. Crossing his hands behind his head, the guy said that there was a cozy place for the hero. Even if he has to take care of the hero, he is still glad that he helped to find comfort for him. Garnet added that physical labor is easy to give him, so the hero can entrust him with any work at his discretion. If she agrees, the hero will have no reason to refuse. Felix called this idea good, so it is possible that he will leave them after that. He finally said that if Garnet has some trouble with the hero, he could immediately tell him. He will immediately come to the rescue. Garnet looked closely at this man and assured that he was not going to create any problems. Someone nearby exclaimed that it was just incredible. When Felix left, he bowed and asked if Mr. Luke needed to pass anything. The heroine waved his goodbye, stretching to stretch her back. Garnet was glad that she finally got rid of his constant picking. Noticing this, the heroine joked that this behavior is quite impolite. Returning to the girl, he asks if she would not want to bring things to his room first. Probably her bag is very difficult, isn't her? The girl replied that it was true. She is not going to unpack, so she asked the hero to just open her door. The hero asked what she was talking about, and the girl, turning her head, repeated his question. They looked silently at each other. The hatch turned to Garnetta, asking where she was going to stay while staying here. The girl showed her finger to his house and said that, of course, there will be several free rooms in such a large home, right? That's why she asked her to open her door. The guy shouted in response that no, and asked to wait a moment. He looked away and said it would be problematic. He meant that it was better to leave things in the hotel room. She can't stay at home. He asked her not to laugh. Garnet said he would not be able to make her laugh. The man asked her again, targeting his finger. She replied that he was dangerous here. Someone may invade, steal it, or make it worse. He lives on the outskirts of the city, and it makes it an easy target for criminals. No one even knows if something happens to him. She asked what he would do if he was attacked, and there would be no one who could protect him. She asked if he had any questions. The guy closed his eyes and replied that, unfortunately, there was no. The girl said she thought. He sighed. He agreed with her words. In fact, he had no reason to give up, and he sincerely thanked her for being ready to stay nearby and protect him. The hero reached out to her and said they agreed. Smiling, he added that he was waiting for interesting cooperation with her, Grandash. After the handshake, the girl said with a smile that the feeling was mutual. She thanked him for giving her shelter and called it a white wolf. The guy smiled too. At this point, someone began to call the hatch for a long time and the couple turned their heads to the other side. Two girls stood near him. One of them greeted him and wished a good morning. The second said they learned about the opening of his store and came to offer their help. The girls approached Garnet, and one of them said that she had not seen her for a long time. Garnet greeted Sakura. The second girl asked in Sakura who it was. Sakura was surprised. Her girlfriend saw him only in armor, right? Garnet confirmed that he was, and once again introduced himself. He added that he will also work at the weapon shop. The girl again repeated the name of Garnet, remembering what he looked in her armor. Then she asked him to wait, and suddenly exclaimed from surprise, looking at him. As she was ashamed, she approached him and, stumbling on the words, confessed. She thought that without armor he would be even more scary, but he had such a sweet face. He even looks like a girl. Someone whispered Sylvia that such things men should not say. The hero agreed that he thought so. But many men have such gentle facial features. Expanding, he decided that her secret seems to be safe. The girls wondered how he was going to work in a gun shop. Is he not a knight from the Order of Silver Wings? The hero replied that at work they would be explained. Finally, the store has peace and silence again, and with them, the usual measured life. He thought everything returned to normal, but there were many people in the store. One of the buyers previously asked to leave a long sword and promised to return. He answered that he would wait and that he would soon be in place. Looking at the document, he quietly counted up to 3 and began to swear. The hero was convinced that there should be another one here. Looking back, he called the Garnet and asked to bring a couple more crawls to put them with others. He turned to the Garnets who held a whole bunch of boxes. If he realized everything, he immediately rushed to run, asking to wait a moment. First, he will take all things and then return. Someone noted that this guy is stronger than it seems at first glance. The hero addressed a girl named Sakura and asked her to hand over one thing to Dunford Hollow on his behalf. The girl promised that she would accomplish this task quickly and will definitely return. Strongly waving her hand, she rushed to execute the assignment. Sylvia stood with a basket and called it a hatch. She said she brought all the drinks. The guy apologized to Sylvia, assuring that everything was fine. Sylvia still added that she prepared sandwiches so that they could eat right during work. The guy thanked the girl, and Garnet turned to the hatch, calling him a white wolf, and said he brought what he was asked for. Garnet asked the hero where long swords are. The hatch began to remember where they were lying, but wanted to answer how suddenly someone interrupted him and asked for attention. One visitor came to them and asked if they could serve it. The hero replied that, of course, he would do it now. They are terribly busy. The hatch opened this store because he dreamed of a quiet and easy work, but everything happened at all as he expected. Garnet noted that it is still better than daily risking life, isn't it? Sylvia said that more visitors have become more visited. Sakura added that when they work together with Sylvia, they almost manage to make everything. But as soon as they are not there, it becomes more difficult. Garnet, looking at the papers in his hands, noted that if everything goes and further, it would be difficult to deal with work. The hero, crossing his hands on his chest, replied that he understood it. He believes that it is time to hire another employee. In such a situation, the hero decided to leave an announcement of work in the guild. He then addressed his comrades and suggested that you combine everything, to do things together and to dine immediately. Sylvia asked if he was confident and thanked him. Sakura was enthusiastically clapped in her palm, saying that Ms. Marita had just got a wonderful beef. Garnet raised his hands from joy and admired the meat enthusiastically. If the hero is already treated, then he will definitely not refuse. In the guild, a young girl brought the menu and welcomed guests. Noticing familiar faces, she exclaimed that she was a Hatch and Sylvia, and asked what could help. Friends replied that they decided to visit and dine here. Garnet, noticing an empty table, told everyone to go there. Sakura reminded that the Hatch is treating, so you cannot order all the dishes from the menu. Friends saw how Garnet was excited. Sylvia has long been hungry, so she asked to order beef. She wants to eat well. The waitress said Luke is ready to argue. There are many visitors in his store lately. Luke replied that yes, really, that's. He then asked the girl if she did not mind listening after dinner. She gladly agreed. He promised the girl that he would find her as soon as they finish. At this point, one of the audience called Lucas. The girl with the boy returned to the screen. The girl said she seemed, "This is Lucas," that they sound. The Hatch turned away and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him was a man who smiled and greeted, they say. They had not seen themselves for a long time. The surprised Hatch exclaimed Travis's name. The man greeted the Hatch, smiling and waving his hand. He said they had not seen themselves for a long time. Luke was surprised to address him. Travis? The cheerful hero asked the man if he came to their rescue. It was a Tramis of the black-haired ridge, one of the adventurers of the rank A, whom he invited them to support them. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder with great force, he confidently replied, "Of course. He came because he rarely asks something. How can I refuse the former brother?" Lucas smiled and added that he did not change at all, right? Men at the table asked their boss who it was. Travis replied that the Hatch was his longtime friend. They started the path of adventurers together, and now the Hatch seems to hold a weapon shop. One of the men said he had already heard of him. The Hatch sells mithril swords. The men invited Luke to themselves and offered to sit together. Travis smiled, promised to arrange a real meeting, and said that he was treating them himself. The Hatch apologized to the men and spread his hands, explaining that he could not do it. He said he came here not with one, but with the company. The men wondered what the matter was and offered to call their comrades. The Hatch already wanted to say that it would be inconvenient, but suddenly heard him call from the side. Sylvia approached him and reported that they found a free table. Sakura and Garnet already want to make an order impatiently, and from this, the eyes of the dwarves was surprised. Travis jumped back sharply, and the magnifying glass told Sylvia not to pay attention to him. Travis always behaves nervously next to women. Travis argued that Travis did not worry at all. The frightened man confessed that he simply did not know how to deal with them, and suddenly he will accidentally break them. The Hatch replied that this is what is called to be nervous. The Bow looked at his comrades and said he sees again in the detachment of the men themselves. He does not even try to overcome his fear, right? Travis answered him, insisting that he did not feel any fear. Luke crossed his hands on his chest and said that they would not have been able to dine together today. He invited Travis to come to the store to chat there. At this point, Travis remembered that he had forgotten somewhat important. Travis wanted to ask Luke if he would be able to cover his gloves with mithril. The Hatch immediately replied that it was a common order. He asked if only the coverage was needed. Travis confirmed and explained that he wanted to strengthen the magical protection a little. The Hatch confessed that he had no mithril now, and because of this, he began to worry about how to get him next weekend. He assured that if you do not rush, everything would be fine. Travis replied that it did not urgently and thanked the Hatch. Someone approached and the Hatch turned. It was Dustin. He said he got a message from Luke. It turns out that even the most needed acquaintances can sometimes be useful. Travis called to him and said that he was not very good. He wondered if he thought so. Dustin told him that he had no time for silky fools who were not able to realize his own stupidity. He asked Travis to be kind and remove his big body from the road. Dustin visited 2 prisons. In addition to Travis, he turned to another adventurer, rank A. Travis said Dustin that he had become different. Dustin just replied that people were changing. Travis has experienced a terrible test, but now it is only a memory for him. He looked at the hatch and said he was glad. It seems that the hero finally listened to his advice. Once upon a time, he had already told him that time to end his adventures, right? If the hatch continued to continue, it would be expected by a faithful death. When Dustin remembered it, Luke really remembered that conversation. She apparently flew from her head for many years. Dustin replied that he understood everything and went past Luke and Travis. When Dustin was already approaching the door, Travis called the hatch. He said it was painful to see how much his old friend changed, though. Luke replied that yes, this happens. The hero thanked Marita, who stood behind him, for everything, and she said in response that it was a little thing, and affectionately called him expensive. Garnet, who was standing nearby, asked the hero whether she could and find them more workers. The hero replied that the shops rarely need new people, so it is quite possible. He told her everything in detail, and now he had to wait. The hatch noticed that the harvest did not restrain himself when he eats beef. She replied that he himself said that she was treating. Knights and adventurers rely on their strength, so it is very important for them to eat well when there is such an opportunity. Luke remembered Dustin's past and words that it was time to stay with adventures. If he does not stop, only the faithful death awaits him. Luke agreed that it was probably true. Food can really decide whether a person will survive or not. The girl strolled the street with Luke and asked if this city was always so crowded. The hatch replied that more and more adventure seekers have come here lately, so it is getting more people on the streets. Earlier, many shops were closed at night, and now they work even late. Garnet asked if it was possible to open the bath in this case. It would be great to wash away the fatigue of the day while they are here. The man agreed and said it was a really good idea. The guy suddenly asked her to get up. He muttered that he did not want it to sound strange, but still asked what kind of bath she would like to go. The girl asked the question again. The guy replied as if she knew who she was. They stood side by side, holding the keys to their rooms in their palms. There were 2 doors in front of them. The guy was surprised to see private baths, but the girl explained that she agreed with the owner of the establishment. The girl with a smile twisted the key on her fingers and asked if he wanted them to be together. The guy in response opened the door to his room and jokingly asked what would happen if he did not want to take a bath with her. Going inside, he could not understand why such common baths were here. The girl replied that they serve representatives of higher society who would not like to show naked before ordinary people. It is also special bathing, designed exclusively for rest and restoration of strength. When she undressed, she confessed that he sometimes went to expensive establishments only to go unnoticed. It is difficult for her to believe that he did not even hear about such a place, although he lives much longer than her. The young man confessed that he quite liked the usual cheap public baths, but the pomegranate smiled and said she wanted to thank him for dinner, inviting him to a luxurious bath. The guy replied awkward that he was not so older than her. Seeing the window in front of him, he exclaimed that the landscape was simply incredible. It seemed to him that such beauty, apparently, is futile for someone like Garnet, but it was uncomfortable that she would pay for everything. The girl turned to the boy, calling him a white wolf. She politely asked if she could say something, and the guy agreed, saying, "Of course." She remembered the dinner in Ford, where he communicated with other adventurers, the giant and even more weird man, and asked who they were. The hero wondered why she raises the question in general. She replied that she came here as his guard. Her task is to know everyone with whom he communicates, especially if one of them can be dangerous to him. In addition, she noted that he did not get well with them. The guy was surprised that she had noticed it, and agreed with her words. He realized that he had to tell her about it before. After leaning to the wall, he added that Lamari did not even know where to start, because he has been familiar with these two for more than 10 years. Brucer Trevis from the Blacklint Spine. He joined the Adventurers Guild at the same time as the hero. A typical book hero is always bold and does not lose a good mood. When the hero met him, they were both newcomers in the F-rang, but Travis immediately became known. Unlike the hero, he was able to achieve independence in less than a year and gathered his own team of adventure. He accepted the hero into his team, but 2 years later, he went from there. The girl wondered why he decided to leave. It turns out that Travis was a wonderful leader. The hero smiled and replied that it was the thing that there was a thing. Travis was too good, and he always wanted to take up the most difficult tasks. The hero had only the skill of repair and did not have time for the rest of the group. Travis could not calmly watch friends suffering, so he began to plan hiking for lighter dungeons. But the hero could not put up with it. He could not put up with the idea that he was pulling his friend down, although he has a great potential to be an outstanding adventure seeker. That is why the hero left his team and decided to stay alone. He was a failure, but a failure with dignity. The girl sighed and said that because of this feature, nothing good would work out. The hero replied that Travis told him the same. He then made a connection with him, helping to perform various repair tasks. The next common adventure with Travis had to wait 2 years. It was then that he met Dustin. That guy was always a little ironic, but in his own way, cheerful and sociable. The girl asked if it was the same one who looks as if he had just been pulled out of the grave. The hero told why he changed so much. When he first met Dustin, he was not able to own 2 spears yet. Then the hero traveled with his partner. They completed the tasks together using their magic spears. Even before they became travelers, they fake mercenaries. Both were even better than most of their surroundings. Dustin's partner died at the hands of dark forces. He saw her death in his own eyes. I rushed to her, but when I got it, it was too late. He has never felt as powerless as that day. When someone dies in your eyes, your body is cold faster than you can imagine. He remembered this cold forever. She was not so cold in his entire life. Angry because of her death, Dustin grabbed the enchanted spears and destroyed every enemy in the dungeon. Since then, he constantly pursues those who call themselves Dark Kings. Now the girl remembered. He has another nickname, isn't it? Dustin is a darkness hunter. In 10 years, he overthrew 3 Dark Kings and destroyed more dark forces than anyone else, not taking into account the heroes hired by the crown. Honestly, he does not like this nickname. Initially, Dustin was difficult for anger and sadness, but over the years, his passion and stormy emotions did not go away. He seemed to have died and became a car that lives only for the sake of the will of the Dark Kings. That's all that the hero remembers. He asked the girl if she still had a question. She replied that no, that's enough. The girl apologized for making him remember it all. She wanted to ask him something more. If they call the dungeon, will he go there? He replied that, as a former adventure seeker, definitely not. But as the owner of the arms, it is difficult for him to refuse when they ask for something to repair, isn't it? A little later, he thought that he only left the job announcement yesterday. It is too early to wait for someone new. He sighed and remembered that Sakura promised to come to help later. He was sure that the 3 of them would cope with the task. Someone went into the room and asked to accept their request. The girl with her baby explained that they came according to the announcement that all left in the guild. She wondered whether they were right in the White Wolf's weapons. Lucas approached them and asked if they came about work. These people were unfamiliar. Have they recently appeared in the city? The girl replied that it was. They only arrived last night. She has no coin left, so they are looking for a job that can be started immediately. The girl said her name is Melissa, and the guy next to her was Neist. The child greeted the hatch. Luke also introduced himself, saying that he was the owner of the store. Garnet, a shop worker, stood behind and greeted everyone. He was genuinely happy and promised that they were ready to work hard. The girl assured that they could rely on them. She worked in the store used things, so she assured that there would be no problem. The hatch replied that it was wonderful and rejoiced that they came. For a while, Melissa smiled with the client and invited him to return. In the meantime, our people already carried packages and asked where to put these things. The hatch noticed how many both work. Someone sighed, they say, "It is a pity that they were here for a short time, isn't it?" Melissa laughed and said that it was a great honor for them. Someone noted that Nagi is impolite, but moving and skillfully climbing. Garnet wondered whether Nagi from the east. Melissa confirmed and asked if she was worried about someone. Garnet replied that no, it's just interesting. You will not often meet people from the east, but he is already the second person he knows. Melissa asked if there was someone else here. Garnet nodded and said that yes, their friend was here. At this point, a new person came to the store, greeted with everyone, and wished a good morning. Sakura called Mr. Luke loudly, reporting she had come to help him again. Luke said she had come on time. This guy from the east was like her, but did not have time to end it, as Sakura shouted to Kurika chickens, asking what he was doing here. The frightened guy called Miko from Kaken. The surprised hero asked what was happening. Nagi and Sakura looked at each other. Suddenly, a hatch approached them and asked if they were familiar. Sakura replied that Nagi was her friend from the hometown of Kurenagi. Sakura did not imagine that she would have a long journey to the western lands. The guy in response noted that it also applies to you, Siranua Sakuro. He knew that she would run away from Scarlet, but did not even imagine that he would find a Sakura in such a hole. Melissa always noticed this, but this time she did not let the boy agree. She grabbed him by her shoulder and shouted that she was enough. Melissa stood behind the boy, smiling, and told him to go, they say. They still had a lot of work. The guy closed his eyes, exhaled, and replied that Melissa was right. The hatch was a little confused, but thought it was good that Melissa intervened. Her calm voice acted on him. Melissa was angry. Garnet, standing next to the hero, said, "That's how well, let's see what you do." The hero, meanwhile, swore angrily. Garnet said that such a reaction is quite natural when a stranger suddenly appears, and then it turns out that she is a longtime friend of the guy you like. The hatch corrected her. She calls him an old friend, but it seems to him that it is rather a swollen friend. Garnet assured that he did not mean lemon balm. The hatch, joking, noted that the Garnets' ability to understand the affairs of love. The sound of the impact came. Garnet had already gone to another room when Sakura came to Mr. Luke, apologized for what she worried, and asked what had happened to him. The hatch, holding on to the place of impact and slightly bent, told her not to pay attention to it. He told the girl that Garnet would tell her what to do. She nodded, made it clear that she understood everything, and reported that she would turn to him with everything. After that, the hatch returned to Negi, who stood his back, and asked why he did not start with long swords in the pantry. Negi did not respond to the question, but politely asked for a hatch permission to give some tips. Turning his head to the hero, he said that if Sakura asks her to make a purple sword for her, it is better to refuse her. It would be smarter. The hero asked in surprise, and Nagi added that it is especially important if he considers Sakura his girlfriend. But the hatch has already started to create one for her. Nagi asked that there with long swords. The hero remembered them and asked Nagi to bring 10 pieces. Nagi replied that he understood. Luke wondered if he should admit that he was late. He seemed wrong to tell the request of Sakura. Suddenly, someone turned to him, politely calling him Sir, and informed that the buyer wanted to ask him something. The hero, with a smile, replied that he was wonderful, and promised to join soon. A little later, the hatch walked next to Garnet and was surprised to say that he did not believe how he spent his weekend, extracting mithril. Garnet only shrugged and replied that there was no other choice in them. There were still no new workers. After that, Melissa and Nadi again went to explore the dungeons. Luke noted that both helped them, but the voltage between Sakura and Melissa was so strong that it could be felt even in the air. He never asked what happened between Sakura and Nagi. It was only necessary to remember the name of Sakura, and Melissa would be angry immediately. Garnet looked at the package in his hands and told Luke just to take him with golden fangs and then return home. The Hatch thought how much time it would take in the palace. Garnet replied that she has many things now, so she would probably have to wait about a week. The Hatch looked away and called the Garnet. He noticed a girl in the circle of knights and wondered if it was Nua. He suggested that the Order of Silver Wings may have delayed it for interrogation. Gareth replied that he probably was. Garnet returned to the girl and knights, sharply ordering them to get up. One of the knights replied to him as roughly, asking what he wanted, and called him petty. The Hatch, smiling a little awkward, apologized and said that he was with him. Suddenly, one of the knights recognized Mr. Luke and shouted to him, which was why the girl shuddered. Luke told that this woman is in the detachment of the heroes of the Falcon. She is under the care of the Order of Silver Wings, so everyone was surprised what she was with them. The knight said that Noir was a key figure in their plan for storming the Dark Fortress. She was instructed to manage the operation in the area of the fortress. Commander Carmine personally approved this plan. Commander Carmine is seemingly older brother Garnet, the Hatch thought, because he had heard anything before. Then Knight said that if Mr. Luke releases them, because they are in a hurry. Noir asked him to wait a little. The girl came to the Hatch and, lowering her eyes, said that her apologies would not be enough, but she still wanted to express them. The Hatch put his hands on his chest, turned away and replied coldly that he was not going to forgive her for the done. But he is also not going to transfer everything to her shoulders. He smiled and said that he was very busy now. He has neither time nor spending them on it. Well, now it's time to go. Garnet suggested that Nari, apparently, wanted to get angry and accused her. If he pushed her, the feeling of guilt would no longer suffocate. But his calm reaction only affected her. Luke said he really was not at all. There were tables in the room, and the knights walked quietly inside. The hero applied his skill of separation to the stone. The man was surprised by the night visitor, so here he is. His famous ability to split objects impressed. The Hatch, awkwardly scratching the back, confessed that it is strange for him. For the first time he sees how he was surprised by such a thing. He handed over the bag to the knight, saying that it was now. At that moment, Luke called on the side, addressing him, "Mr. Merchant's weapon." The man who stood in front of him heard that the Hatch came and thanked the gods for this meeting. Then Luke asked him if he had something really important. That man asked if the Hatch could add a hero who fell among the ruins, isn't he? They seem to be able to reveal some of his secrets later. Travis greeted the Hatch and said he came faster than he expected. Luke answered by contacting Travis. Luke asked Travis what he was doing here. Travis confirmed that they were really on the task. They examine ruins and protect scientists. There are no monsters here, so you just have to oversee them, he said, looking at the Garnets. Travis noted that he seemed to have seen that face before and asked Luke if his brother was. The Hatch smiles and says that he is not his only employee. The disadvantage in your own business, you always have to do everything yourself, instead of mercenaries. Travis just laughed and added that it is easier for adventures. They have no such worries. Travis laughed and honestly confessed that he was never lacking in his team. He then asked Luke if he was jealous at times. The Hatch was a little annoyed by Travis to send all these people to him so that he would finally stay himself and feel like it. Garnet said he had never heard the Hatch talking so much with someone. The Hatch, in response, noted that Garnet has known since the time he was a newcomer. Travis wondered if Luke told Garnet something about him. Then Travis decided that it would be better to introduce himself. He reached out and called himself a Travis from the Cornelege Ridge. He added that I am glad to get acquainted with another friend, Luke. In response, Garnet smiled with a shade of anger. He reached out, smiled warmly, and introduced himself as a gun. He said that I was also glad. Travis, smiling, noted that he dared to try to make him show power. In response, Garnet explained that he did not want him to be underestimated because of height. Travis called Luke and said that this child had great prospects. He then turned to Garnet, asking what he thought about it and whether he wanted to join their team. And Luke just recalled, did he not say that he had only one employee? The hatch thought that if Travis knew that Garnet was a girl, he would immediately star. It laughed so much that he did not restrain laughter. Suddenly, the hatch called them. The golden Eichel guy asked Luke to focus on the main question. He apologized, confessing that he was distracted. He then clarified what to be restored. The guy replied that it was here. Luke asked in surprise. The door, along with the control mechanism, was broken in the middle. Researchers who had repair skills could not help. It will take a long time to repair this manually, so Luke replied that he was well aware of the problem. It seems that the fragments of mithril wall can be used to restore the door. The hatch applied the repair skill, and it surprised everyone around. He assured that everything was ready and suggested trying to open the door to see. The man sincerely thanked and immediately took up to check. Touching the door, he did not hide his astonishment. Suddenly, everything was shook, and someone asked what was happening. The hero addressed the guy asking what he had done, and he, squeezing, replied that the magical mechanism himself began to act. There was a giant goal in front of them. People around shouted, calling everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, the goal raised his hand, ready to attack. The hero wondered, he may be able to disperse the monster, but even faster, if he simply destroys him immediately. What to do next? The golem struck the golem, and he fell to the ground. The girl came to the hatch, called him a white wolf, and asked if everything was fine with him. In response, the hatch called the Garnet. The goal rose again, and Garnet asked if he was indifferent. She also wondered where such golems usually have a weak place, and turned to the hero for advice. The hatch replied that there should be magical runes on the nape of the neck, and it is necessary to aim. The girl said she understood. She hit exactly where the hatch showed. The guy confirmed that it really succeeded. Garnet recalled that it was too early to relax. The danger was not past. Travis was surprised, clenched his fists, and noted that it was a wonderful demonstration of strength and agility. Now, he said, it is time, and he joined the case. He was approaching him. Travis ordered him to climb inside and hit him, knocking him down. For a long time, he has not happened to be a really worthy opponent. Garnet praised him, saying it was cool, and called him his dad. Travis replied that he was not someone's dad. Hearing this, the girl who was Lucas exclaimed with surprise and asked if he really was talking seriously. The goal appeared behind Gorn. She jumped sharply, avoiding the blow. Someone asked if he had fallen with force. Garnet replied that he had not been fighting for a long time and wanted to release a couple a little. The hatch advised him not to spend all his strength, jumping and bearing so vigorously. He reassured in response that he would not get tired very soon. Travis clenched his fist and said that this monster would not seem so quickly. He rushed to the golem again and struck another blow. The team ordered everyone to prepare and protect the boss on both sides. The adventurers a little later accepted the order from Sir. Turning, Garnet said she was sure that Dad, or rather Travis, would understand himself. Nari said the goals are located around the Dark Fortress, wasn't it? She wondered in the hatch whether they were in the arsenal of the Dark King. The hero replied that it may be, or the troops of the Dark King found these golems and taken away. Garnet thought about it. Noir said the dwarves are forced to work in mines or so. They may not only be looking for ore there. In any case, you should tell the Golden Claw of what is happening. The hero replied that this is really the case. Returning home a little later, the hero felt completely exhausted. However, even very tired, the matter still needs to be finished. Garnet wondered that they would have dinner. The hero confessed that he did not want to leave the house at all and asked if she could cook something simple and fast. She began to cut the vegetables and replied that, of course, she could do it. She only asked not to complain about the consequences and wondered if he understood everything, like, let him show what he is capable of. Luke assured that he would not dare and sincerely thanked Garnet. He wanted to find out what was in those documents, but suddenly he heard knocking on the door. Opening, he said in surprise that it was too late and asked if everything was fine. Sakura was standing at the door and apologizing that she had come so late. She appeared because of her last request. Luke, smiling, asked if he was talking about a purple katana. The girl wondered if it was really so noticeable. Giving him a weapon, she said she didn't want to hurry him. However, she would like it to end as soon as possible. The Hatch replied that he believed that the last stage would be quite quickly. The girl said it was fine. But before continuing, Luke wanted to ask her. He said that the Negu warned him, "It is not necessary to make katana from Scarlet." The girl was very surprised. The Hatch added that he was not going to give up their agreement, but still wants to understand why the Negi has warned him. Sakura asked Mr. Luke if he believed in the gods. He asked her in response. The girl markedly nickened and hurried to assure that she did not mean anything. Her question was exactly the way it sounded. Then he wondered how it sounded. She said that if you call the gods of those who give them abilities, then, to some extent, such creatures can exist. After all, it is in the temple that protects your class that you get your strength. But the guy did not think about it deeper. The Hatch still does not quite understand what it leads to. Sakura asked if he believed that the gods have their own essence and self-awareness. She wondered if there were such creatures. Luke replied that many people believe in their existence, but he never met God, so he could not assert anything for sure. The girl replied that everything was clear to her. In her opinion, Western philosophy is little different from Eastern in this matter. The guy put his hands on his chest and wondered what it had to do with Nagi. Sakura said she believed their abilities were given by an invisible higher force, which can be called divine. And Nagi is convinced that these abilities were given to them of higher levels, who have their own personality. The Hatch asked her to stand up, so she was so hostile to her. The girl confessed that, to be honest, there is another reason, much simpler and more landed. Her clan believes that divine power cannot be obtained only through self-discipline and worship. This requires a special ritual that allows you to direct the power of the so-called gods in yourself. But the Naga clan considers this ritual a sacrilege that can call punishment on all humanity. Luke asked me to express my opinion. He suggested that he needed katana from Scarletite. The girl replied that it was true. Katana, derived from a pure scarlet, is necessary to give a person who conducts a ceremony divine power. Such a katana managed to expel only once, but all the records of it disappeared due to an accident. The hero scratched his back and learned how it happened. Now he begins to understand why Nagi warned him. Even if you have already made a sword, holding the ceremony will not immediately work. First, you need to take a few more preparatory steps. Sakura swore in her honor that she would not engage this country in trouble. That is why I asked Luke not to worry. The Hatch replied that it has long been ready to complete the beginning. When the sword was ready, he suggested that the girl accept him without a doubt. If something bad happens, he will take on his part of responsibility. The girl turned to Mr. Luke. Garnet called Sakura and invited her to eat with them. The girl was surprised, thanked him, but refused. She had already had an armored dinner with Sylvia. She once again apologized for inconvenience and said she was already going. I thanked Mr. Luke once again, and he replied that it was little things. A little later. In the weapons store, knights loaded boxes and visas. The grass was swaying in front of Garnet and friends with his new gloves. The order of Travis and the golden furs was executed. Only one thing remained. Sakura entered the room, and Luke said what he thought when she would appear. He held out her weapon, informed that katana was ready. Sakura thanked him, barely holding back the excitement. The girl began to carefully pull her vagina. She kept weapons in her hand and said that this is how the real purple katana looks like. The impressive beauty, The girl ran her finger on the blade. It seemed that the blade should be burning hot, and it was icy to the touch. Smiling, she sincerely thanked Mr. Luke and confessed that he was now in debt to him. The hatch said that if she knows it, he could not guarantee that she would not be defeated in a true battle. He is not sure whether this material is suitable for creating real weapons. The girl sighed in surprise and assured that yes, there were weapons made of scarlet. Most of them are completely made of this material, from the edge to the arm. The hatch wondered what she was going to fight if her sword has now become ceremonial. The girl smiled and agreed that the question was really interesting. It seems that she will now have to use the Western style of battle. The guy looked into the box and said that he seemed like she had no spare weapon. Well, he thought so. He stretched a surprised girl with a new weapon. She asked what it was. The guy replied that she understands. Without a sword, she can get into trouble. Therefore, he made this sword made of metal of her old katana and the remains of red material. The salted girl confessed that he did a lot for her. She didn't even know how to thank him. The guy just asked her not to cry. He said she had already thanked, so everything is well. The guy who was from the outside apologized to the hatch and turned to him with respect, saying that a lady had come to him. The hatch apologized and explained that it was already closed. He asked if she could ask her to come tomorrow, but the guest was a little discord. The guy replied that she did not come as a buyer, and then told that he spoke to Mr. Luke. The hatch called Noir, surprised. Noir and the hero sat opposite each other at the table, and Sakura and Garnet were dissatisfied. Finally, the hatch returned to Noir and asked what she wanted to tell him, coming so late. The girl replied that she heard from others, as if he were lacking workers. Luke confirmed that this is true. Then Noir asked if she could work here. A surprised guy asked if she really was meant. The hatch asked if she was helping the Order of Golden Fails with the investigation, and added that she was only asking not to tell him that she had been forced to work for free. Garnet gave Luke a slight stousan on his head so that he did not behave stupidly. She explained that Noir was trying to correct her helping them. Naru wants to do a good job to finally stop making yourself, isn't it? Sighing, Garnet added that Noir still thinks of the guy she offended and is concerned about his feelings. Grabbing her hands for the dress, Noir agreed with him, but said she really wanted to correct her guilt. The idea of living further and just forget about this burden is unbearable for it. She does not need salary. She will be able to help. Sakura called Mr. Luke and asked if she could say something. From what she heard, this girl was passionate about the hero's detachment. Isn't it? In addition, the child of this woman is still in the power of the King of Darkness. She may have had to take such steps, to pretend to be an ally and to use her spells to cause confidence. Noir immediately began to deny, and Luke also disagreed with that. The hero said they should not worry about it. Sakura and Noir looked at him in surprise when he crossed his hands on his chest and closed his eyes. It seemed as if the golden fangs had to carefully check it for the presence or curses. If they found something, they would not have been released, wasn't it? Garnet said it was true. Even if she is now under the influence of the Dark King, her true goal was not him. She escaped before he was in relation to the Dark King. Sakura, pressing his fist to her lips, agreed that it was true. The events were to take place in a different order. The hero returned to her and asked how everything really was. In addition, NGA is under the close supervision of Golden Fangs. Sakura replied that it seems like it. If the hatch is sure that it does not pose a threat, then it will deny nothing. The hatch asked Noir whether it was true that the Order was still appealing to it as a conductor. The girl replied that this is really the case, but she had to help only a few times a month. Now the decision depends on him, to agree or not. As he said, he has no special dislike for her. She walked not so much for Falcon as her sister. To be honest, she leaves him and will be tormented by a sense of guilt all her life. Or they will remain nearby, trying to redeem what they had done. The hero seeks to correct only Falcon, She is not so important to him. The hero just didn't have time to condemn her. He agreed with her words and allowed her to do what she wanted. The foot began to say something, but the hero did not let her agree and added that there was another thing. But he is afraid that he cannot accept her proposal. This is contrary to his moral principles. Nua replied that she understands, they say, okay, as she wanted. The guy asked once again, work without payment, she jokes or what? He added that if he knows that he is forcing people to work without paying, his reputation will be at risk, because those who work for him always provide a decent salary. The girl asked in surprise, and Sakura smiled and answered with a slight sigh that she was their mentor Luke. Garnet added that he, as always, was too soft. Noir turned to the hero and asked if he was really confident in his decision. She wanted to know if she really lets her stay here. He said she asked the work correctly. He has so much money that it would be unreasonable to give up several more things. She should prepare. The girl jumped sharply from the chair and thanked Mr. Luke. The guy wondered how he was able to get into such stories all the time. He is so lacking in the store, and the only person who offers it does so only because of a sense of guilt. A little later, in the hero's weapon shop, he put his hand on the boxes. Luke said they would look at what she was capable of. Stuttering, Noir replied that everything was fine. She could not lift the box. The hero looked at her silently. He then asked if it was really so difficult for her. The girl returned to him, stating, she said again that everything was well with her. If she does not take too much, she will be able to cope. Luke agreed and said they would now try her in the post of saleswoman. No need to pull hard or worry. The girl approached the client, asked what could help, and lowered her head a little. The guy wondered and said that everything was not so bad, but added that the girl could smile a little more when he was talking. The girl asked in surprise about a smile. She smiled so that the smile seemed to be awesome and asked if it was true. The guy was killed in front of her because of a too cheeky request. The girl began to stutter, saying that no, she should apologize to her. There was a table in the center of the room, and the girl wondered what it was. The hero replied that he was his office. He also resolves organizational issues and keeps records of orders and income. Only the adventurers who were staying for a short time helped him. He could not trust such a responsible case. The girl stood, crossing her hands behind her back, and asked the hero if he was really ready to trust her. The hero replied that the final calculation would still do himself. The leg said she had a pomegranate. Isn't that better? The hero replied that no. Garnet has many responsibilities. He does not want to start over. The girl was surprised and pointed on the table. Stick, he suggested that she try. The girl said she was fine with her. I took the pen and started writing something on the sheet. It took a little time, and she said that it seems ready. The guy was surprised. This is a miracle. He could not imagine that she would cope so quickly. The girl, stuttering a little, explained that this did not need any special skill. She smiled and said that the mystery of magic lies in knowledge. The magicians need something more than just skill. She read the ancient grimoires from beginning to end, and now writes her own books, relying on her research. She added that it means to be able to read quickly, and soon it may need to write quickly. The guy in response said it was quite logical, because he always imagined magicians that plunge into the mountains of papers. He wondered whether they create grimoire by hand and why magicians do not use printing machines. He heard that there are such equipment in large cities. The girl stamped and replied that it was not suitable, but the guy, distracted from the papers, flicked and repeated the question again. She explained that if you create a gloomy book of war without feeding it with magic, then everything will be in vain. Just leave the ink on the pages is not enough, because the spells can change quickly. In this case, you only record information, and without magical filling, important knowledge will lose at least 2 or 3 layers. The hero said she would help a lot if he starts records. In the future, he will contact her for help even more often. The girl was surprised and agreed immediately. The girls recalled the past. They passed on to her different papers and asked if she could handle them. She calmly answered that yes, she would handle it. She was told that they would envy her endurance and rest in difficult moments, and even called her a sister. In a hurry, Nari replied that she was not. She was just... That's what she said, but otherwise he could not be. From childhood, her sister has always dragged her behind, and she only followed. She is always ready to help. Now the hatch told her that it was wonderful, and that in the future it would be more likely to turn to her for help. A week has passed, and Nua finally smiled. Someone noticed that she was late today. Garnet suggested that maybe Nua just fell. Of course, he was indifferent, but he still paid attention to it. Nua ran to the store, apologizing and asking whether she was late. Garnet was surprised. The hatch replied that no, she came on time. He wondered if something happened. The girl said that all was well, just at night did several things. There were scrolls, bracelets, and various little things on the table. Luke wondered if she did it. Garnet asked if these things are charming. The girl replied that yes, she really has such a skill. She did not do it for a long time, but it seems to her that it turned out well, so she decided to ask if she could sell it here. The hero asked if she was meant to sell these things to the adventure seekers, isn't it? Garnet agreed that it was a great idea. After all, there is no single shop in the Green Valley. Fascration is considered one of the lightest skills among black magicians, so few choose its basis for their skill. Most magicians take such works only occasionally when they receive additional reward, so such products are always lacking more than they are looking for. Someone asked Luke what he thinks while considering one of the subjects in his hands. Whether these things will be sold? Asked him. Luke replied that yes, he would gladly try to do it. They will start with these, and then they will look at how everything goes. The girl asked if she was true and said she was very happy. He came closer and added that it is not necessary to sacrifice sleep, otherwise the work may suffer. She is very pale. He promised that during his next change he would allocate time to create magical objects. Holidays are also important for work. The girl sighed and scattered in surprise, and then said she understood everything. The hatch added that such weather is unlikely to be visitors, so I suggested that you rest in a free room, but the girl replied that everything was fine with her. The hatch asked the harvest that happened. She turned away and replied that everything was fine. Sylvia came to the store, greeted with everyone, and said she was. She brought lunch as promised. She was thanked. Seeing magic objects, Sylvia wondered in surprise since he began to sell such things. He explained that this Noir created them with the help of their charming skills. Taking one of the objects in his hands, Sylvia was enthusiastically noticed what they were good, and asked what they were called. She was explained that these things are called mascots. They are worn to attract luck. Sylvia wondered about others. She was told that they were amulets. They protect against evil and failure. She wondered if scrolls were also charming things. She was explained that yes, these scrolls are called scrolls. They help to use a certain spell, even if you do not have special skills. Sylvia was surprised to find out how powerful magical objects are. The hatch explained that all these things are disposable. After use, they cannot be applied again. But even the very fact that someone can create it seems incredible. Sylvia wondered where Nua is now. The guy said she is asleep. He just was going to wake her up because the time of lunch. Putting the curtain, he thought if she found a free room. Opening the door, he shouted that he came to her. He was surprised when he did not see her in place. He was immediately alarming anticipation. Just don't tell him, he flashed in his head. Carefully looked into the gap between the door, thinking that she had confused his room with an empty room. He called Noir, saying that it was time for lunch. The girl muttered something and asked her to give her 5 minutes, addressing him as a form. He was surprised to call her Noir again, and she opened her eyes. The girl apologizes. She says she got a good sleep and can now be taken to business. The hatch smiled and said that I was glad to hear it, but he added that this room will belong to him. The empty room is nearby. The girl blushed, and the guy was nickened and wondered if something was worth saying at all. He reached out and reported that Sylvia had brought them lunch. Why not go a snack? A white wolf was called nearby. Garnet added that the guy of golden fangs has an urgent business. Luke, stuttering a little, said that everything was fine and he would come soon. When he returned, he apologized for the expectation and asked what could help. Suddenly, the knight turned to Mr. Luke. He asked to go with him to the Dark Fortress immediately, because their detachment urgently needed his ability. Someone said it was a suspended bridge that was broken. The hatch thought the ropes were specifically cut. It turns out that she did the right thing to take the crystal of mana. Thanks to this, he will be able to repair everything right now. He ordered them to prepare for the attack, and they, as a master, made an order. He activated the skill, and the bridge gradually began to recover. The hero reported that the repair was completed. Knights shouted joyfully. Strengthening the fortification further, the hero ordered them to go forward. They also asked him to repair the suspended bridge. The mountainous terrain around the close fortified area is crossed by a deep gorge. To move to the other side, they built a rope bridge and arranged a simple camp on the other side of the abyss. Luke ordered this side to keep the enemy, isn't he? He wondered if they tried to capture consciousness. In response, they heard such a plan, but they were detained and the bridge collapsed. Now their people in the remote camp remain in isolation and become vulnerable. The hatch said that if the dark forces attack this remote camp, everything would be bad. The knights agreed with him. They sought the help of an adventurer a rank A, but he cannot move to the other side. He also said that 2 rank adventurers and from the east went to the rescue. Garnet and Luke were quite surprised when they heard this news. He asked the east again. Obviously, it was about Sakura and Nagi. Garnet wondered if they were released themselves. The knight replied that only they were able to move so quickly. In addition, there are still volunteers. On the side of Garnet, they can't leave them there. Luke agreed that it was true. It would be better to cover the store. The Noir, which came out, said that if they leave, then she too. Now someone asked her to stay for a short time. As soon as the battle ended, he was asked to help with the restoration of the camp and the fortification of the walls. The hatch replied that, of course, he would help. Garnet returned to Noir and asked if she was fine with her. She suggested that she go. The girl, breathing hard, replied that everything is fine with her. She was reminded that her strength is in black magic, not in physical endurance, so she does not need to exhaust herself excessively. Noir reached for her bag, saying that she remembered something. She gave them objects and told them to take them with them. These were one-time magical things. She was thanked. In fact, the hatch was not going to fight, but he was interrupted by a knight who pulled them on a horse. He shouted that there was a problem. He said that the reinforcement of the Dark Army is already moving in their direction. The forces of the enemy significantly outweigh both quantity and power. If the enemies break through, the Green Valley can be dangerous. Nua said it, shaking. She denied what would happen. Then the girl asked if the warriors of the Dark King would destroy everyone who came to their rescue. Luke replied, "How many life are you ready to sacrifice for this?" Garnet turned to a white wolf. She asked the hero that he would choose: stand still, nail, 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 or escape, tearing his tail. The hatch asked her what she was talking about. They looked into each other's eyes. The hatch smiled, apologized, and added that the answer was not yes or no. Their city is now in danger, and it was Sakura who was in the center of all events. Garnet asked once again, smiled, and said he knew such a response in advance. Then he suddenly took the initiative into his own hands, and it surprised Knight. When they both sat on a horse, Garnet said that this horse was only borrowed. He then asked the hatch what he would do if the camp walls suddenly fell. The hatch replied that his request to rebuild the camp was simply performed, though a little earlier than he expected. They soon approached the gate and called the guards loudly to open the gates in the middle of the night. Garnet exclaimed that he returned with the hatch from the forest where the white wolf is found. Someone shouted to pull the Golems away. In response, the soldier shouted that it was in vain. To destroy them for too long, we would still hit us. Garnet turned to the white wolf, and he made it clear that he heard her, after which he jumped down. From everywhere, exclamations were heard so that everyone was preparing for the attack and beware of falling debris. The hatch used the ability to repair and activate it. The goal faced the restored wall. His skills are becoming stronger. From one blow, the golem dropped back, and the white wolf got praise. Garnet shouted that a giant creature was trying to climb through the wall, and its weak place was hidden under armor. The knight, along with Luke, said that the only way out was to let the monster move through the wall. But the hatch disagreed and asked me to stop them. He has a plan. He asked them to keep him as long as possible, at least as long as he climbed up. The knight accepted this order. The weakness of the golem is magical runes on his head, and he always hides them. He reached out to the golem, activated the skill, and seeing the runes, exclaimed that he finally found them. Striving golem, he shouted that he received, but did not hide his annoyance and swore. The walls around were too destroyed. Dustin said he didn't change, though? The hero called Dustin, so he is one of those whom they talked about. Dustin told the hero to get off his spear. He told the hero that he is too easy target now. The hero answered and expressed his hope that Dustin would not take advantage of it. But it was not. The hero went down, and he was picked up by Garnet. Angry, Garnet asked why the hero drops people from buildings. The hero turned to Garnet. Garnet shouted to a dark hunter that if he continues to do, then at the end he would raise his eggs on a dish, not an army of darkness. Dustin replied that this was the fastest way to neutralize the hero. It was then that Garnet and caught him as he planned. Garnet replied to Dustin that if he did not cunning, nothing would happen. Dustin said it was offensive. In fact, there were 4 Golems, and he dealt with 2 while he was engaged in his focus. Garnet exclaimed something offensive, but Luke assured him that everything was fine. According to Luke, Dustin always behaves. In addition, he is very grateful to the Garnets for holding him. However, Luke added that he could still let him go. Garnet sighed in surprise and apologized. Someone noted that it was just a crazy blow and asked if everything was fine with his hand. The hatch replied that yes, everything was well, and thanked for this magic subject made by Noir. Garnet commented that despite her uncertainty, Noir is really a wonderful magic. Her products are very high quality. Seeing Noir, Luke said they had just talked about her. They called Sakura, and she greeted Mr. Luke and Garnet. She didn't even know that they were here too. Garnet asked if everything was fine with her. Sakura smiled and said that she was really well. Katana gave her 1,000 people. Luke gratefully said that it was good that this power was with her. He was surprised to see that they were sitting together. Sakura said she met Noir when she returned after the battle. Noir confirmed it and added that they decided to wait together. He laughed and asked when they had time to become friends. Nua said she asked Sakura to help choose the components for magic things. Sakura laughed, remembering, as she said she wanted to be useful to Mr. Luke. Nue began to justify itself, saying that she just wanted to help. The hatch reassured her, they say she is already very helpful. The girl was surprised to ask if it was true. The girl thanked God sincerely. She was glad that she could help. The room became too quiet, even creepy. Their enemies subsided, but the guy did not believe that they retreated. Most likely, they were waiting for reinforcement. Mr. Luke called. He turned to Nagi, saying that he was glad to see him unharmed. But Nagi interrupted him, noting that the hatch seems to have not heard a single word at all. Nagi wondered if katana was made of scarlet steel. The hatch asked to wait a little. At this point, Sakura turned to Kirigakure. She told him that this applies only to her and Mr. Luke, and would not allow him to interfere. Nadi replied that he had warned her. To replace the power of God is very dangerous, and it should understand it better. Or she just wants to follow her father. Sakura asked how she died. Her father was a victim of a defective device. She believed that justice could be restored, even if everything went wrong. Nagi wondered why she was thinking so. At this point, someone ran into the room and exclaimed that it was here that he was. She was very pleased that everything was fine with him. The girl was calling Nagi, and he turned to Melissa. Melissa hugged him, telling how much worried. She said he couldn't just disappear. Nagi complained that he could not breathe and reminded that they were now among people. Luke proposed to leave them alone. Sakura decided to join the defense of the head gate and asked Mr. Luke to take care of herself. Noir asked if something was worth saying. Garnet replied that it was not necessary. It is a cherry business. They should not interfere. Now he understood her anxiety. They need to go and help prepare for meeting the enemy. Suddenly, loud screams were heard. Sounds came from the other side. Garnet hurried a white wolf, they say. You need to hurry. He briefly replied that he understood. Shouts were already heard. People shouted about the ambush and ordered to cover their comrades. Everyone wondered why no one noticed how the enemy was approaching. They appeared in front of clay dummies. There were a lot of clay soldiers. Dustin told to stay behind, and he decided to deal with them. He easily cut off 3 clay soldiers. Dustin asked if there were enemies. He was answered that it is probably all. Dustin again showed his incredible force. Luke wondered what things were and why no one noticed how they appeared. Dustin asked where he knew it from and added that the hatch addressed someone else. At this point, someone called Mr. Luke. The knight brought the news. Enemies are already surrounding the far wall. They needed his skill. The hero said he understood everything and went immediately. The hatch assured them to rely on him. Garnet ordered not to joke until they were. In response, they were told that these words were superfluous. The enemy army of darkness comes from all sides, so it is impossible to lose vigilance for a moment. The pomegranate shouted a white wolf so that it rises. Sakura quickly flew through the wall. Pomegranate and Luke shouted after her. The girl only sadly noted that it was a lot of annoyance. The man was surprised that such a strong opponent remained among the enemies. He considered her sword carefully and said that he had never seen such metal before. In his opinion, this sword will become a wonderful trophy when he takes it after its defeat. The hatch confessed that it was the cause of the attacks. Garnet was in surprise that she was an unfinished mountain of muscles in front of them. Noir fell to the ground, trembled, and called Nori. He turned to her and said that he did not even think to meet again here. He asked if she brought the knights here, wasn't it? Interestingly, her abandoned sister will think. The girl was frightened by the air. Garnet turned to a white wolf, ordering him to fix everything until she distracts his attention. Garnet jumped into the air. Secure ran to him with a katana in his hands. Luke remembered this name. Nari told him when he spoke about what happened to Falcon's squadron. Secure is the servant of the Dark King Gandalf, one of those who defeated Falcon. The Nas waved his sword and dispersed the girls. He paid attention to the hatch, praising good repairs. While it is distracted, the wall has already been completely restored. Waving his sword towards Luke, he acknowledged that it was his mistake. The hatch was surprised how fast the opponent was. Garnet turned to the white wolf, warning that there was no time left. At this point, Sakura rushed forward in a rapid jerk. The nox is cut with sword. The hero called her name and grabbed her hand. The wound on the girl's body shone. The young man shouted, asking if she was fine with her. Sakura called Mr. Luke. The knights behind, stunned, looked at the Granati and asked what he had done. She was cut in half, but he was left. The Nos asked what it was. He offended the hero, asking what he did. Does he think that such a vestment will stop him? Garnet screamed to squeeze it with his teeth and threw up. Sticking against the wall, the Nox pushed away from her, leaving the crack on the surface. His body was covered with stones. The huge stone flew directly to Garnet. The stone fell just on the girl, pressing her to the ground. Blood flowed from her mouth. The hero shouted, desperately calling Garnet. Meanwhile, the hatch rushed to Nori. An ominous smile appeared on the face of Nori. The nos came to the Garnet on the abdomen, pressing it to the ground. The girl groaned with pain. The evil hero thought offended him. The nos laughed. He really liked this expression of the hero's face. Maybe after that he will break his legs. The negi suddenly appeared behind the villain and hit the dagger just into the eye. The Nox cried out of pain. The negi called Mr. Luke, they say, here's your chance. While the nos trembled on the ground, the hatch sat down to Garnet and turned to it. But the nos rose and quit. Not the end. The hero put his hand on the ground and activated his ability. He used the recovery, and she looked at him and asked if it was an unusual force again. The hatch kept the Garnet in his arms and turned to it. He advised her to hold on and promised that he would quickly help to return to a normal life. Isn't it ironic? Now she holds her in her arms. He did not want to pay out for her at all. The Noces laughed and called the hero petty. He stretched his palm in front of him and strongly stated that he would not allow him to escape. Sakura called Mr. Luke. Nagi stopped Shiranua. The hero opened his eyes and asked in surprise why it suddenly became so cold. He could not understand the reasons. All of them were among the icy blocks. Nogi asked about the icy stone in surprise, and then added that it was through the hero that the human fortress was built so quickly and their plans failed. It was he who caused all this. He shouted that they were wrong. It is not necessary to worry about others. It was necessary to destroy everyone at the very start. He stated that he had already destroyed the hero and carried him his head as a trophy. The hero looked at him carefully and replied that it seems interesting, but he had the same thoughts about him.